My darling dear, your mother's here. My love protects you, there's no need to fear. I'm so sorry it all went wrong. Let me sing you a little song. We took the bride, I took her form, and all of you prepared a mighty swarm. But our efforts were brought down low. Tears of joy turned to tears of woe. But worry not, your mother has a plan. We will return and we'll take back.
Sorry, I didn't realize I was muted. Yeah, we're just gonna dive right into it. Added in a few things. Got the UP Palmdale cutoff and the BNSF Cajon sub added back into Run 8 version 3. I also have the Seligman sub. Then I have the Union Pacific Alhambra sub and the Union Pacific Los Angeles sub and the BNSF San Bernardino sub. So basically I can just run stuff all the way into Los Angeles now. From Bakersfield all the way to Seligman, whatever. Okay. We got this, so we're in the middle of the night. I think for territory familiarization purposes, I'm going to actually use the time of day here. Yeah, make it more applicable to what we're doing. More like 11 in the morning, right? Reclaim the locomotive. What's up, Golden? How you doing, buddy? All right. Oh my. Actually change all this. Yeah, they did. Used to be that you could actually flick stuff on that back panel. Consist everything. It's fine. Just gonna do a run over Cajon. Jabone subated dub. What's going on, my dude? So I added in a bunch of stuff. I can basically run trains from Bakersfield to Seligman to Los Angeles now. I've got the addition of the UPR Palmdale cutoff, BNSF Cajon subdivision, the Seligman sub that takes me into the Arizona side of things. And then I've got all of this crap, which is the UP Alhambra sub, Los Angeles sub. Not that. And the San Bernardino sub. I'm doing all right, dude. I think I'm gonna actually adjust a few other things. AI traffic generation, because now I have all of that new territory. Guess what? I'm just gonna do a thing and ramp all this up. Well, okay, Sanborn sighting, Needles, main one, do that. Mojave sub, Quantico main, probably not that. San Bernardino, Alameda corridor track 1. What? Why is it doing that? San Bernardino eastbound Atwood Junction. San Bernardino eastbound CP Taylor Track 2. All of this traffic generation potential. San Bernardino eastbound Hobart Yard. Seligman Franconia sighting. That need more trains. Need more trains in my life. Who cares? Right? Actually, I'll leave those right about where they are. Noto says, gotta get my car fixed. Damn city bus ran me off the road. Hit the curb and my driver front wheel messed up. Okay, my driver front wheel messed up. The wheel put a hole in the tire and bent the tie rod. Oh, Jesus. Like someone ran you off the road, dude. Just added a bunch of Los Angeles area stuff. It's fine. Just need more trains. Bog my computer down. Not gonna do it at all the places, but you know, fine. I think I got the green eye, so I got routing. Are you still stuck in ads? No, it does. I'm sorry to hear about what happened to your car, man. It sounds like somebody rammed you right off a road. Back from the ads. Did you catch what I said? Notos. Gonna do the John Railroads and float. Just drove away like nothing happened, so they ran you right off the damn road. Wow. I don't know why I have the okay, never mind. For some reason it's saying needle. I have the PDF doc up for a viewing of this track as I go along. Got to get it towed when the shop opens to find how much it's going to cost. I hope and pray that it doesn't cost a ton for you, dude. Hey, you want to hang out with me in the chat, or you want to hang out with me in the voice chat? Just hang. Yeah, see, you sent me a message like an hour ago. I just now saw that. Starting voice call.
Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, that was a fun fiasco.
Yeah, that sounds kind of fucked up, dude.
Well, I jacked my rim up because I got 1552 Turbo Max on it. So it took a chunk out on the side, so I'm hoping the tire's going to be able to seat on it. I got to replace the tire. Might have to replace a wheel. I know the tie rod's bent, and I don't know what else is messed up underneath there, so... Yeah.
Yeah, that's not fun, dude.
And the guy just like he wasn't paying attention and drove off. He like drifted into my lane. And I swerved to miss him, and there was like a curb for the center divider. Smacked it. And I'm just like, you gotta be shitting me.
I'd be pissed too.
Yeah. I wasn't happy. But, oh well, it is what it is.
Yeah, I'm just playing some Run 8. I mean, my day was generally uneventful. You know.
At least you didn't have my day.
And that's true, man. That's true. You know, I hope things work out for you, that your car isn't too badly damaged.
I gotta figure it out. Ain't no big deal. It is what it is. It's like my sister and brother-in-law was like, you should have just let the bus hit you. Total your car out and be like, oh, my back, my neck. Could have got a new vehicle. It's like, yeah, that would have been a big, long wait fiasco, though. It's not even worth it.
Right, because you'd be dealing with the insurance companies and stuff.
Yep. I need a vehicle to get around back and forth to work and stuff. And I was going down to do the training thing. And I had to limp the car like a couple miles with the tire bent. So I'm driving 5 miles an hour. Smoke's just rolling off my driver's side front wheel because it's bent. And people are looking at me like probably thinking, the hell's this tweaker doing driving his car?
Fuck,
It just
man.
didn't look right. Yeah, it was just,
Yeah.
But thank God my sister's got AAA, so we're able to get it towed back to the house. That costed $100 because it was only covered up to 5 miles.
What was that?
And then what?
Sorry,
Whatever
I
it
was
cost.
looking at something.
It was $100 to tow it to the house.
Jeez.
First 5 miles are free, but after that, it's $10 a mile. And it was 15 miles. So 10
What?
miles at $10 a mile is $100. But at least it's less than 5 miles to the shop. So I'm gonna go down to
Yeah.
the shop when they open and talk to the guy and see if they got time to look at it, and then I'll get it towed over there. So fun times.
Totally fun, dude.
Yeah. I'll get my new certificate on Thursday, so I'll be able to schedule for the practical again to get my license for doing smogs. So, as long as I can get it fixed before then, I'll be fine.
But you did let your place of work know about what happened?
Yeah. Well, I went down there for my training, so I called the guy up, told him what happened. He's like, "Oh my God, are you okay? You need to come down there." I'm like, "No, I'm fine. I'll be able to lift the car over there." I go, "But I'm probably going to have it towed home." I go, "Because it's not drivable." And when I got down there, was talking to him and stuff, he walked out and looked, and he's like, "Oh yeah," he's like, "It been a tie rod or did something in the suspension." I'm like, "Yep." He's like, "Oh, that sucks." I was like, "Yep." So,
Yeah, apparently yesterday they dropped another update for Run 8.
oh yeah,
Yeah.
I know the MP15 got added in too. It's a pack you can buy.
Yeah,
which is a Switch racing.
I got that, but I want the Southern Pacific pack.
Nice. Heck yeah.
So I have a Southern Pacific, an HO scale Southern Pacific NP15 AC.
Nice. Nice. Yeah, I'm running that Cater's Silva Hump and Interchange yard.
Yeah.
Holy crap. Like, it gives you... let's see, what is it here? It is 5 tracks on one side for your interchange. And then you got a main line that runs through the middle. And then you got a hump yard
Awesome.
to where you can actually let cars come down on a hill and go into the hump yard area, which is pretty sick. Like, it's so much better than running Elena's. Because before, Silva was only like 3 tracks for an interchange, but now it's 4, and they're about double the length. So you got 5 that are double the length instead of 3. So it's like, it'll be able to handle a bunch of cars coming in Tier 5. So I took Elena's out, and I'm running that Whittier yard extension. But yeah, down here at Silva, it looks insane. I like this one a lot better.
That's awesome. Did you pull out all the industry things too for Railroader?
Yeah, I'm not running any industry mods. I'm just doing vanilla.
Understandable. It gives you way more. I mean, the thing I've noticed is unless you are running like frequent You know, big multiplayer sessions.
Yeah. It's too much for one person.
Then it's kind of at the point where it does actually make sense.
Yeah. Like you have to, like, running those mods on a tier 5, you have to have at least a group of 5 other people besides you.
Yeah.
Just to get stuff done. Because I mean, it was hard for me to keep up, because I'd have to, like, I couldn't even spend enough time in the day to get everything done, and I wasn't about to, like, put myself through hell trying to get it done. I'd hop on for a bit, do a little bit, then hop on for a little bit, do a little bit, and then finally I'm like, why am I abusing myself so bad?
Yeah.
I'm like, vanilla's fine in solo on tier 5. It still gets hectic, but it's a lot better than with mods.
I mean, I'm thinking about pulling out some of those mods myself. I said pull out. Pulling out some of those mods myself. And
well, I could show you what, like, what I'm running. What I'm running, like, I'm running the crossover tracks, like the Bryson Yard East crossover, the Bryson Yard West crossover, because those help. I'm running the Dillsboro Feeling crossover, the East Whittier crossover, the East Whittier Yard extension, and then I got HJ's Whittier crossover, which is over there by the Whittier House track, over by Stenzel and stuff. And then I'm running Cater's Sawmill CS Extended, which extends the wood chip track and S tracks for the stuff coming in. And then Cater's Silva interchange, which adds that hump yard. And then MVR's logging cars, the whistle packs, the silver paper board crossover, Zach's whistle packs, and then on Unity Mod Manager, I'm running max lettering and tinder swaps, because it allows you to run different tinders on the locomotives.
Mm-hmm.
So right now on the F-71s, I think they have the P-43 Pacific tinders on them, so they hold more coal and water. So they hold more than what the standard does. Because now they hold 20 tons of coal with 16,000 gallons of water, where the base one is less than that. It's 15 tons with 10,000.
Understandable.
Yeah. And that's all I'm running. I took all the industry stuff out. I even took the Robinson's Gap production thing out too.
Hey Steamy, how you doing, sir? How's Rene? I love it. I've been playing this game for about 10 years or more, so.
I'm gonna get back into it because I'm probably gonna get in with Mateo or Lazy Farmer has got a dedicated server going too, which Lazy Farmer does a lot of stuff with the Mateo guys.
Yeah, GX4 Gaming invited me onto his server, so I might roll a session with him.
Nice. Hell yeah. I want to add some of this stuff to it, so I want to wait till I start working, and then I'm going to get some of those other subdivisions and stuff. Because I know if you do the one from Alameda to Barstow, you actually go through the city I grew up in Southern California. It actually goes through La Mirada. And La Mirada is... my parents bought that house there when I was 2 in 1973. So that was where I grew up. And where the tracks go underneath the road there, that is Alondra in real life. And it looks exactly like that game in IRL. And they even got that little switch off yard right there too, IRL. Which is
you can never hold on. You can never get Run 8 to work. Why is that, Steamy?
you have problems with?
No, he just said he couldn't get it to work. You can get Run8 at run8.com. I dropped the link
Yeah,
here in a second.
Run8 Studios.
Yeah, Run8 Studios is the only place where you can actually get it. They don't have it listed on Steam.
Yeah, it's like a third party. I think it's totally worth the money because of the way the physics are based and the way the trains are. That Spur Gaming that I watch on YouTube, he plays a lot of Run8 at times. He's been doing a lot of Railroader right now, though. But he plays Run8. And he used to work for CSX. He got on with them 2 years after the merger with Seaboard and Conrail when it turned into CSX. And then when he left CSX, he was actually a computer graphics programmer.
Oh, wow.
And he actually worked for Run8. And he was one of the ones who put some of the buildings in the game.
That
so
link
it's kind
right
of cool
there.
to hear that he worked for the game.
Hold on a sec.
Oh, you're good.
That link right there, Steamy, is where you can get it. For some reason, Discord is not syncing up with my Stream Deck again.
Right now, they're on
It's finicky like that.
No defects. No.
And then I heard that Run8 just bought Jointed Rails 3D buildings and stuff. So I'm wondering if that stuff's going to come with the version 4 update. So we might get some
Who are
better
they
looking
3D
buildings.
building stuff for?
They got it from Jointed Rail, which are the people that do the stuff for like Trains 22 and Trains 19.
Okay.
That's Jointed Rail. But Run8 actually bought some of the 3D building models from Jointed Rail to put into Run8. So that'll be kind of interesting to see. I'm kind of curious. Where the hell? There he is.
Put on 10
Holy
pounds
shit.
of air.
Just got into Whittier right now. Since we technically don't have ATSF's 2926 game, the 484,
Yeah.
I made my F71 2926 with the whistle. So instead of a 484, it's a 210-2. Close enough. We don't have any 484s in game. Bummer. I was telling Plague Doctor that because he was in Spurs stream. And I was telling Plague, I was like, we need a 484 Santa Fe. He's like, I know.
Yeah,
But
I noticed that people haven't really made videos on YouTube concerning Run8 like recently.
No. Like you'll see Kung Fu Beer. He's a Southern California guy.
Yeah.
He streams a lot on YouTube. And then you got Lazy Farmer, and he's in Northern California.
Mm-hmm.
And the two of them play a lot together. In fact, the server that Lazy Farmer just put together, Kung Fu Beer helped them out with it. But they're both California boys, so they're pretty cool.
Yeah.
Like I was watching Kung Fu Beer, and he actually grew up in Anaheim, like I think he said like a couple miles from Disneyland. And I told him, I'm from La Mirada, and he's like, oh, no way. He's like, that's cool. It's like, yeah, I'm out in North Vegas now. And he's like, oh, wow. It's like, yeah, California's just too expensive. I'm like, y'all can have that. I'm done. It's like, I miss the weather, though.
Yeah. The weather's probably a little more temperate in that part of Cali.
Yeah, well, you get that offshore breeze. Out here where I'm at, you get that off-desert breeze. It's hot as shit.
You can't see how much the game is. Can't see how much is the game?
It's like $49.99.
Yeah, he's over in
Or shit
Denmark,
show.
I think. So it
Oh,
would be like in euros or whatever.
yeah. Yeah, that's true. I forgot about that.
Yeah, the last I paid was
Whatever
like
the conversion
$50
is.
US.
Yeah. I mean, a lot of people are like, oh my God, that's expensive. It's like, well, if you figure just the generic routes you get when you buy the game, it's a lot of mainland track 1-to-1. I mean, it's not bad. It's just one of those, niche games that not a whole lot of people. So, that's probably why it's a little pricier than other things, because they put a lot of work into it and stuff. They're proud of it, and it's a good game. I think it's worth it. I mean, hell, what Call of Duty Black Ops 6 is probably going to be like a $70-$80 game when it comes out. I ain't buying it.
What's the name of the town you were from again?
Me?
Yeah, because I thought I saw it on listed on the track diagram.
Yep, La Mirada.
La
Capital
Mirada?
L, small a, then capital M, and then IRADA. It's right in between, like, Norwalk and Fullerton.
Okay, so
Because
that
that route,
think-
when it comes through, when it comes into La Mirada, it goes into Borna
Oh.
Park, into Fullerton, and then into Anaheim. And then
right
going
here.
the other way, it goes. Yeah, that's where I grew up.
yeah, it's between
like where
Santa
you-
Fe Springs and
Yeah,
Basta. Fullerton
which there's
Junction.
there's a MetroLink Amtrak stop at Santa Fe Springs, and then there's a MetroLink in Borna Park area, which are actually on the route too, which is kind of cool. And then there's actually an Amtrak station in downtown Fullerton, and I think there's another MetroLink stop somewhere up in Anaheim. So pretty cool. But yeah, I tripped out when I saw that was in game. I was like, no way!
Yeah,
That's
I
my
got-
hometown!
I got real excited when I'm like, wait, I could actually port those two routes over to version 3,
Yeah.
So I now have the Seligman sub, the Needle sub.
Nice.
So apart from the base game, which you get, and I'll tell everybody in the Twitch chat too. So you get the base game, you get the Mojave sub, you get the Needle subdivision, you get Barstow and Yermo yards, and you get Bakersfield yards. So the routes that I purchased additionally are the Seligman subdivisions on the BNSF side, the Cajon subs, as well as
Yep,
the
'cause you
San
gotta buy
Bernardino
Cajon.
and Alhambra subs. Yeah.
Yep. Which the Alhambra sub is the one that runs through La Mirada.
Yeah.
Because you start out at the Alameda corridor, I think, or somewhere around there. I don't know.
It showed La Mirada on the San Bernardino sub.
Oh,
on the
okay.
SF side.
Yeah. Yeah, because that one you can go from like Long Beach, and you can go all the way out to Barstow on that route, in through Cajon sub, then in through Cajon Pass into Barstow. And from what Kung Fu Beer was saying, it's like a 6-hour trip in game IRL. It takes you 6 hours.
You'll
I was
have to
like,
look at
"Dang."
Steam. You'll have to look at the DLCs page, like on their Run 8 thing. If you go into the thing that says routes, it's a
Yeah,
tab
see where
there.
it says subs.
If it goes, see where it says routes. Like, honestly, this is for you to play with me. You know, having all those routes is not required.
No.
You could actually have just the base game, and you could still actually play with me. Just you won't be able to have the routes I'm running. That's it.
He doesn't,
It's not
he
like
doesn't have to
Railroader.
have the. He doesn't have to have the locomotive packs either, because they'll just show up as Run 8 locomotives that he won't be able to
Yeah.
do
So you
anything
could-
with.
You can still actually play with me even on the base game itself. It's just that I would have to keep in mind. Yeah, you don't have those territories yet, which is nice. You know, unlike Railroader, if you actually have mods, then it makes it hard to play with people.
Yeah.
I really hate this metric of having to figure out stuff in kilopounds, which is a really stupid thing. Even Heist said so too.
They don't have any way to put it like on Imperial instead of metric.
It's not. I don't know what system it's under, but it's kilopounds. It's just dumb.
Wow.
Like right here, coupler strength is under is in kilopounds. It's 116. I'm
oh yeah, KPS. Yeah.
Yep. It's stupid.
Yeah, I mean it should be just giving you pounds.
It's an is-was kind of thing, man.
Exactly.
You know what's actually funny? I noticed that these multifunctional displays, they cut out the screen that you could use to cut out the traction motors, although you couldn't really cut out the traction motors in previous versions of Run 8.
Yeah. There's been a lot of changes to the game. Like you can run stuff MU, you can run stuff DPU. Like if you're running a really, really long train and you're going down a hill, you can have the leading locos like on a dynamic brake while the rear engines are off dynamic brake, pushing forward a little bit to keep the slack out. Like it's crazy what you can do.
Yeah, you can run the DPUs in fence mode.
Yeah, it's nuts.
Yep.
I mean, I was like, damn.
I love it.
Like Kung Fu Beer was showing that off because he was doing a run to Bakersfield and he was going up through one of the passes and stuff and he was showing it off. And I'm just like, oh my God. Like, the game is such a learning curve.
That's the thing about it, and I do caution any new players actually watching this stream is it does have a learning curve.
Your best bet is to pull
have
up
a learning
YouTube
cliff. Learning cliff.
Yep. There's a lot of YouTubers out there that stream how to and show you how to do it. So there's some good tutorial videos out there.
So like the thing is, if you get the base game right, is you get over 300 miles, 1-to-1 scale, by the way, 300 miles of track. That's a lot of track.
Yeah.
You know, and then any add-on packs you do purchase, you know, like generally they're between like $20 and $40, depending on what you buy.
Yeah, like they got the Fitzgerald sub, they got the Jack sub, which is in Florida, Georgia area.
And you have the CSX A-Line and Silkirk subs and all that.
Oh, yeah. And from what I've heard, there's other routes being worked on. So there's going to be more routes coming out. So.
Steamy says he likes dispatching. That's good. I like dispatching too. Sometimes when I play this game, I'll just dispatch in Railfan.
Oh yeah, let the trains run under AI.
Yeah, just straight up, not a problem.
Yeah.
I have trains starting to spawn up in the LA area too.
Nice. I used to hear the whistle off them Santa Fe's going underneath that overpass.
Yeah.
Like I could hear them at night because it'd be quiet. I'd have my window open because it's cool out. And you can just hear that hum of the diesel and hear the horns. And I'm just like,
you know,
there goes another freight train.
You know where West Colton Yard is, right?
Oh yeah.
I'm wondering if they're gonna if dispatcher's gonna have me run into that or have me run into Los Angeles. So it's gonna be very interesting where they put me.
Yeah.
because I kind of briefly explored the LA area last night on, it's just a web of, it's a web of track madness, as is the real thing in real life, you know.
Yeah.
Crazy.
See, I would love to see them put one of that line that it's the triple line that runs through Nebraska, that runs through where Bailey's relocation yard is. I would love to see that added to the game. That'd be pretty sick. That's a Union Pacific line.
Yeah.
But that would be sick. Because I've actually visited the Golden Spike Tower, IRL. Because my mom was from Lincoln, so we used to go out to Nebraska every summer, so I got to go to the Bailey Yard, check it out. It was cool.
You know what I'd like to see in this game, though I doubt they will ever do it, but I would love them forever if they did. They put in the Nampa subdivision, stretches all across southern Idaho for Union Pacific, from Nampa, Idaho, all the way to Pocatello or something like that.
I would love to see them put in some of the steam engines just like for the excursion. That'd be kind of cool.
Steam Horsepower says, I'd like to see a game like this with Scandinavian routes. It's starting to see, yeah, you know, that's really cool too. And the thing I'd like to add is you're starting to see that with European train simulators starting to become more and more popular now.
Yep.
I mean, I wouldn't mind buying one or two of those, just, you know, because European trains are fun at the end of the day, you know. They're trains, they do train things.
There's a YouTuber I watch from Sweden. I believe her name was Rail Cowgirl.
All right, yeah, I know the name.
Yep, she used to operate passenger trains, and now she operates the freight trains in Sweden. Pretty cool. I love watching those. Like, I'll put her videos on and put it like where I play through her whole playlist, and I'll just lay in bed and watch it. The sounds, I'll just fall asleep. Anything is like diesel steam locomotives or anything like that. Especially steam.
Yeah, Rail Cowgirl, I believe she's actually from Norway, but there's a Swedish guy that's on there too.
Yeah.
And yeah, I love their videos.
Oh yeah, their videos are awesome. Like, it's so cool because it's different from what we have, which is neat. Go ahead. What were you gonna say?
I kind of forgot. Anyway, Steam Horsepower says the thing is European train sims are always in Germany and the UK. Yeah, it's a good point.
Except
They're
for
the ones that get like the most attention.
Except for Trans-Siberian Railway, that's
obviously in Russia.
Like, that's where the mafia stuff. That game's a hoot because it's like a survival. Well, you can play it as a train sim game, or you can play it in survival mode, which is kind of cool. But I'm just kind of like, not my thing.
Looks like I'm going into the hole at Flan.
Gonna pick up some Flan on the way through.
Yeah, it's Phelan or Phelan or something like that. It's this word here. It's Phelan, like Phelan.
Oh yeah, Phelan.
It's out there over by Palmdale and stuff.
Yeah.
Because I'm on the old Southern Pacific Sunset route, really. So.
Yep. Yeah, my cousin.
Taking that route over Cajon Pass and not the BNSF side of it. It's all fun though.
I took my son out to Lockheed Martin out there in Palmdale. We got to walk around, walk into the shop and stuff. He got a kick out of it. I thought it was cool. That was where the B-2 bomber took its first flight. Back in 1989. Was when the B-2 flew for the first time.
Oh, awesome.
Yeah. of course, I spent some time over in Iraq here. Operation Freedom, Operation Desert Storm. Like, it's funny, they actually retired the SR-71, but for a short stint in 1995, they brought it back out of retirement and started using it again and retired it again. But in 95, they started flying them again. But they said the reason why they didn't need it anymore is they got satellites that can do like better things than those planes can. So that's why they really don't worry about the surveillance planes anymore. Like some of the existing U-2 spy planes actually got sold to companies that monitor forestry for like forest fires, watching the ozone layers and stuff like that. Supposedly that's what they're being used for now. But then again, it was the CIA that owned the research.
Yep.
That's a whole rabbit hole I'm not going to jump down.
Yeah, it's a whole rabbit hole that can't jump down right at the now,
Yeah.
right at the moment.
Nope. I'm staying out of that.
See me, Horsepower asks, mind if I join you on Discord? Yeah, not at all. Let's go into the public Discord server.
Yeah, let's do it.
I think we'll be in... Yeah, we'll be in live hangout or something.
Live stream chat?
Yeah, let's go into community live stream chat.
Okay, sounds good. Meet you there. I'm here.
Welcome, Ian. Welcome, Ian.
How you doing?
I'm doing all right. How about yourself, my dude?
Just chilling. Have nothing to do in railroads and just waiting.
Hurry up and
I've
wait.
done everything.
Hurry up and wait.
Yeah, I'm playing Run 8 again after a year of like not playing it, so got a couple of really
Yeah,
good sessions in.
I tried it when I discovered it those years back, but that was back when I had a laptop, so it might have been that issue. But
Yeah, true.
I just
It's a little bit
went
of
a bit mad about it because when it broke, I can't remember what happened. I couldn't just go in and download it again, so I had to buy it again. And it was way.
Yeah,
I
they
had an issue that happened with my PC where somehow my Windows 10 got jacked up or something. So I had to take it back down to where I bought it. They had to re-put it in and stuff, and it basically wiped my computer because it was like a hard reset. So I actually sent an email to Run 8 and told them what happened because I was like, damn it, I don't want to have to buy this again. And one of the developer guys reached out to me and sent me the files to Run 8 again, so I was able to download it. So I'm like, cool, thanks. And he's like, oh, not a problem, you know. Sorry that happened. I'm like, oh, it's not your fault. I'm like, it's one of those things. So then I got it going. Well, then I was hearing good old Pirate Steve because I didn't have a thing for the code or anything. So I'm like, shit. So I sent another email and he got back to me and he goes, before you run it, before you launch the game, go into the .exe file, update it, and then jump in. You should be fine. I'm like, oh, okay, cool, thanks. So then I did that. Yeah, the pirate thing went away. It was all good.
Man, I forgot this portion of the route
I have no
has
idea
like
how to do stuff like that. So
It's-
I kind of wish that they did it so when you bought it and something happens, you don't have to buy it again. You can just go on the website,
Yeah.
say, I have already bought this. I just want to re-download it because you could.
They should have something like they should have where you can set up an account so that way it keeps you in the system.
Yeah.
Kind of like some of these modders like John Bruda. that does the trucks for American Truck Simulator. That's the way he's got his self-install set up for when you buy mods. You sign up to start an account, and then that way, if you ever lose that mod, you just log into your account and all your downloads are right there.
Yeah. What's actually weird is that they give you a code when you purchase something. Like if you purchase the base game, they give you a code that validates a game, and it's really interesting that they don't use that. Yeah, that way you don't go, you're the pirate, you know, and like they don't use that as a way of like verifying that, yeah, you have purchased this game previously and stuff like that.
I remembered when I first went through that, when I first bought the game, I was like, I don't understand this pirate following me around. And one of the dev guys emailed me back going, LOL. They're like, oh, you got to put that code in. Didn't you see that? And I'm like, no, sorry.
Milepost.
I was like, this is all new to me. He's like, oh, okay, no worries. I was like, I'm sorry to be a pest. They're like, no, you're good. I mean, the developer guys behind Run 8 are freaking amazing. They're nice guys.
Sounds like it.
They've been cool with me. I mean, they're just as cool as like the people behind Railroader. I mean, Adam is like the coolest dude. And I can't thank him enough, you know. And when I got that little shout out for that bug I found, I wasn't
even
expecting...
some of the guys behind Railroads Online are pretty cool.
Yeah.
Yeah. CD Trumpet, I have no problem. I have no problem with CD Trumpet. You know, he's a good dude.
He's awesome. He's awesome.
He always tries to get me to hop in Railroader with him, but I'm like, dude, I took all my mods out. Well, just put it back in. You can pull it out again. I'm like,
no, that's too big of a hassle. I've already told him that. I've already told him that. It's not as straightforward as I make it sound.
I run with some mods, but I'm not running industry mods. I'm running with some mods. I'm running the F7, the GP38. I'm running
the
Cater's Silva.
The GP38 is?
Well, it's a demo version for me now. It's not released yet, but he sent a demo out to streamers, and I was lucky enough to get a hold of it. Because I was doing some streaming and stuff, and he said,
I do too. I have to admit, I mostly stream Railroader, to be honest.
I can send you. I mean, it runs good.
That would be a bad idea, because I have another friend that's also really into trains and plays Railroads Online, and he is a big fan of the GP38.
Yeah,
she will kill me
if I get it. It works good. The
Uh-huh.
only thing is with the paint, it kind of has like a matte. It's not really shiny.
Yeah.
Because it's a demo version, but when it gets released,
I mean, as long as it works.
I love the Jeep 38-2. I love the Jeep 38-2, man. So
yeah.
But I know if she sees me on stream running that thing, she's gonna rip my head off. Because she loves the diesel.
Who is that? That'll do that?
Flenny the Floof.
Okay.
Yeah. I've been watching in the Railroader modding channel as B-Man has been working on the GP38, and he's showing it with liveries now. Like there's a Conrail livery, there's a Southern, so I think there's going to be some liveries for it that are kind of true to when the GP38s were running on this line. So, like, you're not going to be seeing, like, BNSF. You're not going to be seeing Norfolk Southern. It's going to be, like, Southern Pacific. It's going to be Seaboard before, you know, like, CSX.
That's one thing I really hope they're going to put into the base game is more paint options.
Yeah, like being able to do stuff on the locomotives, like paint the wheels, paint
all the passenger cars have them in a livery you want.
There's a guy working on.
Hold on a sec. So, Golden God says, maybe I'll have y'all be some beta testers for my railroad mods coming soon.
Oh, Golden, nice. You know I'm down, dude.
Well, I'm
I got
an
like-
idiot to software, so I'll try.
I got about 1,000 hours on this game already. I'll give those lots
Oh,
of run
that's
for
what
their
you
money.
mean. That just looks like Run 8 livery on it. Okay, I see that on stream now. Ah,
It's all good,
Is that-
Doran. It's all good.
because that's the thing. If I get this game again, I'll probably just once a month buy a train pack because I love to look at the different trains.
Yeah, yeah. Like what you'll see if
You
you
know,
don't
like-
have like a specific, like if you're still watching the stream, so like you
Right.
know if you don't have a specific skin, just the default Run 8 skins will show up for whatever it is you don't have. So that's the way the game works. Like you don't have to have like my content, for example, to actually run a session with me.
That's
As long as you
that's
have the
actually
base
a
game.
That's
Yeah.
actually a clever way of doing that. In that regard, I am very positively surprised for the development of this game
Yeah,
because I haven't seen any other go that route with the game.
yeah. I mean, like, the only game I could think of that comes close is, like, the original, like, Trains 2004 or Trains 2006 or something like that. But even then, it's crazy.
Yeah, Train Z or Train Z.
Yeah, it's Trains with a Z. Train Z,
yeah.
Z, whatever, you know?
Yeah. So me and Freddy tried to do the multiplayer, and the multiplayer is horrible. It is so confusing to get into a game with each other. And some of the routes that they have in the game, you can't use for multiplayer, which sucks because we found a branch line, a German branch line route with all kinds of industries on it. So we could basically play it like it was Railroader. But with the European stock.
Right. But I agree with you.
The route did not work for multiplayer, which sucks.
Yeah, I agree with you. I'd like to see some Scandinavian stuff out there for routes. So like even when it comes to European stuff, like even the American stuff, it's always the most well-known routes that everyone does.
Yeah, that
to death.
Horseshoe Curve.
It'd be cool to
Sherman
see some
Hill.
Australian stuff too, because they got those big old freaking war trains they run in Australia.
You know, there's actually Danish locomotives in Australia.
Yeah.
The MZs.
Yep.
Jeez. Those are Danish.
Yup.
Really? Huh.
Yeah.
Well, Steamy, I sent you
Yeah.
the download for the GP38, so that you just drop it into Unity Mod Manager.
Permission
So
to
just-
send that to Flenny the Floof, because I know she's gonna kill
that's
me when
fine.
she finds out.
It's a demo. That's fine.
How do I do that?
Just basically once you download it into yours, just go into where the download is. You can right click on it, just copy, and then pull her up on Discord in a message, and just click where you're gonna write. Just hit Control and V. It'll paste it in the Discord, and that way she can download it. But yeah, you just basically get your Unity Mod Manager thing up, go to mods, and then drag it in there and drop it.
This guy
Pops right in.
because he's not online right now. I bet she's working on the railroad right now.
Okay. Because you guys, it's the same way you do with like the F7 AV, because you drag and drop it in like that. Which the F7 AMB is on Nexus Mod right now. P-Man's
Yes,
still
Golden.
working on stuff.
There is a demo
Oh, yeah,
version for
Golden.
the Jeep 38.
Do you want it too, Golden? I can give it to you.
Hell, give it to me, dude. Give it to me too.
Give it to everybody.
Give it to all the people.
You get a GP38. You get it.
Yep. I'm Oprah Winfrey of the GP38 right now.
Yeah.
Hell yeah, brother.
Yeah, brother.
I don't think
I
have
really
told
wish
it
that. Hell, if I had the knowledge to make a
as a
train
friend.
game, sadly I don't because I'm old-fashioned and an idiot when it comes to computers. But if I could, I would make it a train game, either a simulator or something like Railroads Online, Railroader, something like that, with Scandinavian route
Hmm.
or route.
What's your Discord there, Golden?
It's on this Discord. It's Skylar. Oh, sorry, dude. I shouldn't say that.
Oh, is that
on
what
the
it is?
stream. Yeah. My bad. That I responded too quickly, dude. Sorry.
All right, I'm gonna add him so I can send this over. All right, I added you as a friend. You should get a thing, and then once it pops up, I'll go ahead and pop that in there.
Why does it sound like I'm dragging something on my train, but I don't think it is.
Probably because you're dragging
Weird.
something on your train.
Well,
Hopefully you haven't
when
lost
I,
a fucking truck trailer that happened back in 2019 on the Big Bell Bridge.
Womp womp womp.
Yeah, I killed 8 people.
Damn.
Right
Because
there you go, Golden. You got it.
an intercity train was coming in the opposite direction, and this trailer had blown out of the well car because of side wind, and landed on the opposite track, and bam!
Must have been a pretty severe
Well-
side wind to do that.
It was. Plus, the trailer
Jeez.
was empty, so there was nothing holding it down, and the only thing that was holding it to the car was the attachment hook that's on the trailer. That was the only thing that was securing it to the car.
That's like that video that was on YouTube of that train crew and that train in Nebraska when that tornado was coming through.
Yeah, damn.
And the trains didn't derail. It was a double-headed unit, but it knocked, I think, like 10 or 12 of the hopper cars.
Yeah, they were
Flipped
just
them over on their sides.
I've seen that video. I'm so
Yeah.
happy they weren't hurt. The crew.
My cousin lives in Waverly right there when the tornado went by.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, my mom's from Lincoln. Yeah, Golden used to watch me stream Railroads Online a lot. Back when I used to stream that, like, biblically. It was like a religious thing to me. Like, I would literally stream that game 16 to 18 hours a day. 7 days a week.
Railroader is just, it's a time killer, isn't it?
Yeah.
Railroads Online or
Railroaders-
Railroader.
Railroader's just a lot easier to get stuff done. Railroads Online is sometimes like putting a square peg in a round hole.
Yeah.
Because you get, like, I was playing it yesterday, and I had 3 flat cars derail on a straight level piece of track, and I was only doing about 19 miles an hour when they derailed, and all the cars were empty. And I'm just like,
Well-
yeah, okay.
Coming up
When
on
you
a
think-
defect
when you
detector
think
right
about
here.
When you think about it, from that era that Railroads Online is in, that is fairly realistic because those tracks
Yeah.
were not built very well.
Well,
Even
from
though if
what I
it was
heard,
level and straight.
Detector, milepost, 4,
the way the tracks ride on the
5.9.
rails, it's scripted like skis.
Yeah.
So it's not really like wheel-based physics in the game. It's ski-based physics.
I mean, they're doing what they can.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Railroads Online not have the best start of that we could wish for because of all.
Yeah.
the
I mean,
fucking-
it's getting better though.
It's getting
getting
better,
better.
and they're doing what they can.
Yeah.
Obviously, they're behind of where they wanted to be because of that
And it's-
fucking drama
Yeah.
that happened.
Yeah. And it's
we
like
don't
I was
talk
talking
about
to
that.
Steve.
Which drama? 'Cause there was 2 of 'em.
Oh yeah, there
there's
was
a lot
too,
of
but
drama.
I'm thinking the recent one with a certain
Nix.
man.
Yeah.
With Yeah, the next thing. Yeah, I got
that
you.
thinks he's a know-it-all because he's working on the Rio Grande.
I've been hearing like two complete different sides of the story from both ends. And it's just right now, it just seems like a lot of finger pointing.
Yeah, just
But it's just like I'm not getting involved because I'm
yeah,
like, you
me
know,
either.
that's fine. I'm staying neutral.
Me either.
I mean, I'm still gonna play Century of Steam when it drops.
mm, I'm like meh at this point
Huh?
with Century of Steam because all I've seen being presented is just eye candy. I want to
Yeah.
know how is the game actually gonna work? Is it just gonna be a simulation, or is it gonna be economy evolved? Are we going to
You
be
gotta
able to build
realize right
routes?
now
Or
it's
what are we gonna do?
basically what they're showing off right now off the game is just a demo version they put together for the narrow gauge convention that was in Denver, Colorado.
Yeah.
They don't have a whole lot of stuff done to the game yet because they're still doing stuff to it. So anything you see when there's gameplay going on, it's off the demo version of it. It's
Yeah.
not even the full game.
But for me, it just looks like, for what they have shown,
no defects,
just a simulation that looks good.
Total axles,
You have to give them that.
4,
It looks
8,
good.
train
Yeah, it looks good.
One thing I did get in an argument about on YouTube.
Uh-oh. What's that?
Oh,
was
thank you
the
for sending that.
clearing.
Thank you for sending that mod
What?
pack stuff there, Nodos.
Oh yeah, no worries. What was
Was the snow clearing when they
Oh, the
showed
snow
that
clearing.
off, and I was like, yeah, that's realistic.
Well, I mean, it's a little bit more realistic than what it is in Rebels Online.
Yeah, agreed. But
Because the
what
snow
tick-
actually has
what-
resistance.
what
against
ticked
the
me
grit.
off? What ticked me off? You have this locomotive with a giant ass snowplow that's taller than the locomotive itself,
Yeah,
and can't clear 5 centimeters of snow over the rail.
yeah, it's.
Yeah.
That is not how that works.
And I know he said that is a work in progress and it's going to be better later
And
on.
people
down the
are
road.
hammering me for pointing that out.
Wow.
And even when it got to where the snow was a fairly good snowdrift, it still got stuck.
Yeah.
Do you guys remember
Right,
that thing in
sure.
Railroads Online from like a year or two ago where the snow plow would actually give you a little speed boost?
Oh yeah,
you were up there
that
to
was fun.
derail the cars because the car, the
Yeah.
rolling stock was going too fast.
But yeah, it was. Don't mind the fucking cars. That was the reality. It was fucking fast. it was fun.
Yeah, it
God, I
was.
got so
But
bored
still,
with
I was
Railroads
pointing out-
Online.
The reason why
Go
I would
ahead.
say that the snow clearing in what we have seen of the Century of Steam at this point
Yeah.
is not realistic is back in 1978 and 79, the winter back here, we had snowdrifts as tall as houses in the whole country.
Wow.
And my dad was working on a local railroad near me. They used a steam locomotive, a tank locomotive, a 282
Okay.
tank
Okay.
locomotive.
Yeah.
The snowplow only went up to the smoke box store, like halfway up to the smoke box store. I can try and find a picture of it. And it cleared snow. Yes, it did get stuck, but it cleared the line with snowdrifts taller than itself.
Yeah.
You know
but
what?
It'll do because
it
it'll
did
grab
derail
us
a
on the
couple
bottom
of
and then it
times.
starts falling down. And then it basically all goes into it. So it'll fall down against it and push it out of the way. So,
Fun fact: in winter of 1989, when I lived in winter of 1988, sorry, I lived in a little place called Elgin, Oregon, in Northeast Oregon. We had snowdrifts that was about as big as a 2-story house, and I lived in a 2-story house at the time, and got buried in almost. So the only way we can get in and out was through one of our second floor windows.
Oh Jesus!
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
The snowplow it used didn't even go
Sounds
up
like
to
The
the smoke up
Shining.
store.
Yeah. I mean, we're talking
Sounds
about,
like The
I don't know what it would be in centimeters or whatever, or meter. Well, probably about 2.5, 3 meters in height,
I'm
but
gonna
about
put it
18
here
feet.
in the voice
Yeah.
chat here in the channel you're in, if I can.
Let's say
Yeah,
about 18, 20 feet.
I can't.
No, just put it in the regular voice chat.
Yeah,
I agree
real
with you
railroad
there,
stuff.
Golden. I agree with you.
That is the snowplow it used.
Golden was talking about snow not being on the switch tracks because they couldn't model it in.
That
They
was a
could model it on the
snowplow.
straight or round pieces, but they couldn't model the snow on the switch tracks.
That was a snowplow it used. And this is some of the good places it went through.
So I'll show it on stream here. Lol.
So when I saw the snow clearing and they got stuck, I was very, very disappointed.
Wow. A nice little steam locomotive too.
Yeah, it's actually been fully restored now.
Nice. Is that them digging the locomotive out because it got stuck?
Oh wow!
The thing they're doing is
Oh,
when it got
yeah.
stuck, and my dad did this, he told me this. What they would do was they would go out in front of the locomotive, and behind it they had the coach where the workers were in, a supply truck, like a little open gondola with a water tank and some coal in it for supplies for the locomotive. The workers' car, and then they had a diesel at the back. So what they would do is they would use a diesel to pull the locomotive out, and then my dad and his colleagues would go out on the snowdrift, dig small holes in it, and when the locomotive had built up pressure again, they took a run at it into the snowdrift, so it went poof, and then it got stuck again.
Crazy, man.
They had to do that on a line 56 kilometers long.
Wow!
And they
Damn.
did it. They fucking cleared the whole line.
That must have been aggravating as.
I mean, my grandmom were planning to stand in one of the fields at my childhood, town,
Yeah.
and wanted to film the train clearing snow go by. Yeah, she could have standed out there on the field for 2 days because it had broke the snowplow, so it was standing at the station for 2 days to be fixed.
Oh, geez.
Wow.
Yeah, it lost a shoe on the snowplow. I don't really know how that works, but
So Golden says, see, the only big difference I see in that photo is that it isn't going up a grade. Still pushing through
that
a
is
lot of
great.
snow, it looks like.
that was great. I mean, yeah, Denmark is a fairly flat country, have to admit that, but we still have some grades on the line. And this is what it basically looks like now. In 2018. When they were restoring this engine, they actually found out, because it had a derailment during the snow clearing. There's actually a picture of it here. Gonna send that as well. It had a bended frame because of that.
Yeah, well, I remember watching stories of them clearing snow, like in the Rockies and stuff. I was hearing how frames on steam locomotives can get bent because it's a lot of pressure.
Yeah. The reason why it derailed like that was there was so much pressure from the snow and ice on top of and the side of the rail that the snow and ice had pushed the rail inwards.
Oh, wow.
That's why
That-
it went off.
The
But
number
thanks-
38, that's a nice little tank engine there.
It's a big
Oh,
one. And it actually also has some Titanic history with it.
Oh wow.
Nice.
The designer of this locomotive was one of the many casualties on the Titanic.
Yeah, I know that they had some Danish passengers there because Titanic is also something of a passing interest of mine too. So go ahead.
My great grandmom
Oh really?
was born at the same time as Titanic was sinking.
Ah,
She lived to become 98 years old.
yep. And Titanic
just
went
think of-
down 115 years ago or something.
Yeah. Just think of that. She became 90 years old. She lived through 2 world wars.
Yeah, she did.
And a lot of smaller conflicts as well. That's wow. That's just wow.
Oh, yeah.
That is like extremely amazing.
God, this F-71 has a fat ass. Well, I got the P-43 beside her on it. So, yeah.
And
Her ass is fat.
this locomotive actually got attacked during World War II as well.
Oh, wow.
And it still has some of the scars inside the boiler from that attack, because what they did, they just took a rib or a rivet and just plugged it in the hole where the bullet had gone through.
Jesus.
Bam.
And those rivets are still there.
It's like, oh, looks good to me. The holding pressure? Yeah, it's fixed. Ship it.
Ship it. Ship it
Must have been an
good.
American. Must have
mean-
been an American working on it.
No, that's what they just had to do, because Denmark was occupied by the German forces during World War II. And the Germans were like, we need our trains going. So they just had to do what needed to be done to get the locomotives out there. I mean, the conditions of some of the locomotives after the war had ended were horrifying.
Wow.
Yeah, they certainly got used and abused.
Oh yeah. Plus they had the P-51s coming down on them.
That too.
Kind of like the abuse I put on Betsy in Railroads Online. Used to
Except
abuse
that's-
that poor little girl so bad.
Except that's abuse from the air, you know. That's
And
abuse
plus-
from the air.
The Nazis took all the good materials that we had, so we had nothing when the war was over.
Yep. Hey.
Interesting fact about the P-51 Mustang. That thing, when it would go into a full-on nosedive, that thing would break the sound barrier for being
Yeah, I
a
know.
piston engine.
I
But
know.
so many of them lost wings because of
Yeah, the wings-
wind forcing the G's and stuff that would split a wing off.
Yeah, or just
they
rip
would
it
lose
off.
controls of the plane. Like it was uncontrollable. Because Chuck Yeager was talking about that. I was watching a documentary on when Chuck Yeager was flying the XS1, which was that supersonic when they broke the sound barrier, and he was talking about the P-58 and the issues it was. I mean, it was a good plane, but if you didn't know what you were doing, that thing would kill you.
Oh yeah.
You had to be in control.
You really, and that's why the best pilot got into the P-51s,
Yeah.
and the second best got into the P-47s, which also is a good plane. Fucking
See, I'm a,
huge, but it was a tank of an
I'm
aircraft.
I love the Hellcats. Those Hellcats are sick.
Yeah, but they didn't operate in Europe. They operated in the Pacific.
Hellcats were the Hellcats were going up against the Japanese Zeros.
Yeah. That was basically
The
what they were built
Hellcats
for.
had more power. The Zeros could actually outmaneuver a Hellcat, but the Hellcat had more power, so the Hellcat can go into higher climb, and the Zeros would try and follow it. The Zeros would stall out and start falling back to the ground. Well, then the Hellcat would just nose back down after the Zero that's swimming out of control to shoot it out of the sky.
Because the Wildcat was way underpowered.
Yep,
Yeah.
yep.
And that's why they beefed it up and made a Hellcat, because that thing was just, wow. It was a better version of the Wildcat. Pretty amazing.
Modernized version of the Wildcat.
Yeah.
That's why it's going down a 2% hill here. I'm only doing like notch 4 in dynamics.
It's not bad.
No, I just put it up in the notch 5.
When it comes to jets, people trip out because I'm a huge A-10 Warhawk fan. I just love the way those things look. I say that's a plane that only a mother would love because it's so ugly.
I love the Tomcat.
They designed it around the gun.
Yeah.
The main thing was the gun, then they started piecing everything else together. They're like, oh shit, where are we going to put the engines? We'll just mount it to the back fuselage up in the air. That'll work. Like, it was basically the platypus of airplanes. It's just
Really, the
hilarious.
platypus.
But I mean, it's a freaking, it's
a beast.
subsonic. It can't break the sound barrier. But
But you don't
Like,
need
that
to when
thing-
you're hunting tanks.
that thing could be missing half its tail or half of one of its wing, and that thing would still fly without an issue. I mean, that thing was just tough.
It
And then they sat in a titanium bathtub, so if they got shot at, they were a lot safer than most people in other jets.
Yep.
Like Fairchild Republic put a lot of infamous on pilot safety, because there were other planes that pilots didn't stand a chance in, but they were like, oh, we're going to make the pilots safe in this because they're going to be flying around areas getting shot at because they're not going that fast. Yeah.
I put both of you guys' names in the title right here.
Hey, thanks.
Nice.
Yeah, I'm just going down the Cajon grade on the Union Pacific side.
I'm just running my trains and railroader.
Oh God. Flinny's typing to me now. Oh no.
Matt. So I finally got cows set up on the Pine Valley map on Railroads Online. I got cows now.
Yeah.
You have moo cows?
Yeah.
Dude.
Gotta move on.
Every time I go by there,
Get the fuck up, Daisy.
yeah. Shut up, or I'll take you to the meatpacking plant.
Dun dun dun. Ah.
Oh yeah, Flinny just sent me a lot of big eyes, and then
Nice.
where from?
Ah.
Cool. Like I said, the mod works great. It's just the color texture is a little off, but I mean, it's a good running version. It's the test version of the train. So when the train gets released, it's going to have a different engine sound. It's going to have the brake noises. Like, there's going to be more involved in the final version. And then it looks like we're going to have some liveries. Yeah. You know, and I was talking and there to be, man, and I was like, I would love to see a modern come up with some liveries to some of the steam locomotives and stuff. And he goes, well,
yeah, so we could maybe paint the boiler a different color.
He goes, but I think some people are working on some things. I'll just leave it at that. And I'm like, okay, cool. Thanks for the info. So we might see some like livery stuff coming to some of the locomotives in the future.
Hell
So,
yeah.
that'll be cool.
I like
'Cause,
I
mean,
like that
I like
Adam
Rotor.
is much more receptive to, or much more open and receptive to game modifications in Railroader than in Railroads Online.
It's like Plague Doctor was talking when I was watching Spur Gaming. He was streaming Railroader on YouTube,
Yeah,
and I was in there watching them. And Plague Doctor came in, which Plague Doctor's a moderator in their Discord. He does some modding stuff with the dev team and stuff, so he's kind of involved a little bit with Railroader. It's like he said, Adam and a lot of them have been mainly focusing on bugs in the game instead of putting like locomotives and stuff out, because they know there's modders working on locomotives and stuff. So they're trying to focus more towards the game thing.
Which I
So
think
they've
is a
kinda-
good idea, and I hope
yeah,
they can cooperate with the modders so
Yeah.
their mods becomes a permanent part of the game.
Yep. Like
Yeah.
what
I really
Giants
hope
did
that
with
that's
Farming
what's gonna
Simulator.
happen, because then it's a win-win for everybody.
See, if QMA would have supported modding with his game, it would have taken that game to a whole new level.
Mm-hmm.
But he decided not to because it was his way or the highway.
yeah.
But if he would have got modders and supported modders, it would have made that game better. We would have had better stuff in game. The game probably would have evolved a lot better. But he decided not to.
Possibly,
I mean,
you know.
Some people are like that. Some people are like that.
And look how Railroader's going now.
Yeah.
With him having mod support, and I'm hoping they bring it over to Steam Workshop, because I know that's
Agreed,
one of the
because
things
all
that's been talked
all
about.
of this tinkering with different mod launchers and all that.
Yeah. Like, I know he was talking about the possibility of
I
Steam
can also-
Workshop in the future.
I can also see why Railroads Online doesn't support mods yet, because there are too many issues that needs to be addressed first
Yeah, that game fits.
before mods would be a good idea.
Let's
Mhm.
address the big elephant in the room. The game needs a lot of work.
Needs a lot of work, and
It's
apparently,
it's getting better, but it still needs more.
I mean, I can't
it's,
really
it's
get
like
into.
someone restoring an old car from a piece of scrap to a finished car. There's gonna be a lot of issues
Yeah.
that needs to be addressed. Some problems that turns up that you didn't expect that you
Yeah.
have to address. It's basically
Yeah.
like that.
Railroads
Mhm.
Online right now is a car that's like in between a quarter to halfway of its restoration.
Yes.
Still has a little bit to go, but it's getting there.
But we can see where it's gonna end, and that's
Yeah.
a good thing.
I'm hoping it gets better. Because the way I look at it, you can never have enough good train games.
Exactly.
And having a choice of different games, it gives you a chance to, well, I'll take a break from this because I've been playing it for a while. I'll play this because it's a little bit different. And that's kind of the cool thing going between Railroads Online and Railroaders, because
Yeah.
they're so different.
Mhm.
But it's just I'm hoping they can get things going a lot better, especially for multiplayer. Get the desync out of there,
Yeah.
because it's just so hard trying to play with anybody.
It is.
have-
Yeah. But I know
have-
they're working their butts off to solve the problem.
Yeah, and they
I
are.
wish that RO would have taken the road that Run 8 would have taken, because like Run 8 is also server side hosted too, but there is no significant lag in the Run 8 side of things, especially in your multiplayer. It's great.
Yeah.
But then you play Railroads Online, at least back in the day, you were popcorning and rubber banding everywhere,
Oh,
all
yeah.
over the place,
CD Trumpet could not play multiplayer because he's got motion sickness, and he could not do it.
Yeah.
And he was one of the devs behind the game, and he's like, I can't play multiplayer. Makes me sick. And I was like, wow.
Also, one thing I hope they're gonna address is for new players. I have found when you start a map, you have no track,
Yeah.
and
There is a tutorial in it you can go through now. Though.
yeah. But the way I'm going at it is when you are a new player, you are excited for the game, and you're like,
Yep.
"Oh, I'm gonna drive so much of these trades."
You come in and
then you come
got,
in,
like,
no,
10
where's the
feet of
track at?
track, and you're like,
Yeah.
fuck. What do I do now?
That can be a very uphill struggle for many.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, I think what would be a healthy thing to do is you have connected, let's say, the what's it called? The freight house. Is that what it's called?
The freight
Yeah,
depot
freight
or
depot.
whatever.
Yeah, freight
Same
depot.
thing.
Yeah.
To the logging camp or
Sawmill.
the farm.
Yeah.
Depends on what map you're on.
Yeah.
At least one of the first industries that you can start service immediately. And you can get money from immediately. And then
Yeah.
you have Betsy and a couple of cars that you need.
Yeah.
So you can get going immediately, and when you got a feel for how things are running, you can start expanding that line out.
Yep.
Yeah. The fact that it's still like you have to get the industries going to do anything
Mm-hmm.
is frustrating
I
new
even-
player experience. You know, I'm a day
Oh, yeah.
one player, and my God, I remember what
Same here.
the horrific experience was like building with the old track splines, and that was
Oh, yeah.
an
God.
endless source of frustration
Square peg,
for
round
new
hole.
players. Yeah.
I don't know how many times I almost beat my head against the wall senseless. I'm just like, how? What? And then I just almost have a stroke.
I'm gonna put it to you guys this way before I let Steamy in here, but yeah, let's just say that it's like fitting a, you know, it's like fitting a large, you know, round peg, you know, into a bigger round peg and getting it to fit. Not even Princess Celestia could actually get that one fixed. No.
Oh, but that much cake she eats.
Hardly any cake, right? Yeah, I think she's like normal size even for her height, right?
Looks a giant wedding cake. That is
Like
one
all the-
piece right there. That's mine.
Oh, the mods I was running the rotor when I was getting those cars. People were like, "How's that going?" I'm like, "Oh, it's like putting 500 pounds of crap in a 1 ounce bag." They're like, "Wow!" I'm like, yeah, that bad.
That's horrific,
It
dude.
was brutal. Yeah. You know, and I always wonder too, on Railroads Online, for the people that didn't want to build the rail, they should have had an option to where you can either build your rail or have an option to where you can start the rail was built. So people didn't have to worry about it. They can just get in and run
Yeah.
trains. I mean, now you can import save games from somebody else's game.
But
and
it
have
would
the
be
rail
nice
built.
if it was an option in the game.
Yeah,
Yeah.
because then that way people wouldn't have to build it all.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, granted, Pine Valley, since I just redid and started over again with being able to place industries in now, this is the 22nd time I've actually redone Pine Valley. So I was able to get it done in 3 days, and that was only working on the track for about 2.5 to 3 hours a day for 3 days. And I got all the industries completed.
Yep. And from the original Spline days, admittedly, for those that stuck around and played the game, Railroads Online, you know, some of the best track builders literally came from this period of the game too.
Oh yeah.
The old
You know.
spot. The depth bridges. You can't even do depth bridges anymore.
Nope.
Because of the new spline update, it won't let you do a depth bridge. I tried, and I'm like, shit, can't do it. Won't work.
Yeah.
But that's some of the sacrifices of progress we have to
Yeah.
Make. No, if they actually
Like one of my
had.
bridges was so high, I had to put the trusses down. So there's like 5 trusses going across where it's empty underneath. So you can have supports below it. But I'm just like, it is what it is.
I'm sitting here just gliding this train downhill like the super expert that I am, like it's nothing. I mean, you guys are seeing it on stream, right?
Yep.
Said that.
No, you know, Run 8 is kind of an unforgiving game when it comes to that. You know, I don't want to bend this train on this hill at all.
No.
There
Then
was
everything disappears.
so.
You gotta start
What's
over
actually
again.
interesting? You guys are familiar with Tehachapi Loop, right? There's that cross at the top of that hill. Is actually dedicated to a group of guys that got into an accident on this hill going down into San Bernardino towards Los Angeles, right? And they didn't have enough dynamic braking power, which, you know, dynamic braking, that's an explanation for a different topic for another day. But what it was is
They'll
that,
just
you
slow
know,
down under power.
their power desk for the old Southern Pacific did not calculate them enough dynamic power for the weight of the train that they had, you know, because we're going down 2.5% hill here, 2.5% hill here, and that's kind of big for mainline choo-choos. Well,
Yeah.
so they got
Just
into
steep
San
hill in general
Bernardino.
for trains.
Yep, they got into San Bernardino and they were like, correct me if I'm wrong, I think they were doing like 50 or 60 and they derailed and they biffed it hard and killed the entire crew. And so that monument right there at Tehachapi Loop is dedicated to them.
Tehachapi
While I'm-
Loop is crazy. That's one
Yeah.
part where, like, if a long-enough train is going through, it can see its cars, like, in 2 to 3 different sections coming through there. Like, it's just a snake wrapping around. It's insane.
It is a crazy
Like, I
piece of
watched-
engineering.
I watch, what is it, 7 Ideas? That does a lot of the rail fanning videos.
Yeah, they do a lot of rail
And
fanning
they-
videos.
And they had one on the Tehachapi Loop I was watching, and that was just freaking amazing. That was cool. They actually had some Oregon stuff in there too, some Washington stuff. Pretty neat. I like watching his stuff. It's pretty cool. Because he'll do everything from like BNSF to Norfolk Southern to Union Pacific.
I was just resetting my alerter. It's fine.
Mm.
Yeah, that's the one annoying part about that game. You just got to deal with that alerter that goes off every so often.
It's real, you know, if you...
The
if-
dead man
if you-
alerter?
Yeah.
Yep, the bad man alerter.
Yep.
Why do you
Make
think
sure
that
they
is
get out of
annoying?
sleep.
We've had that over here for years.
Yeah.
Long before American got theirs.
I think we've had it like since the 80s in some earlier model diesels.
We had that in our diesels since 1956.
Wow.
Wow. I guess they really weren't worried about safety that much over here.
Nope, they were more worried about profit.
More
Yeah.
worried about profit and bending it and stuff like that's fine, you know.
Well, it's crazy because like CK Holiday that started the Atchison Topeka Santa Fe, he was actually a lawyer. He was a lawyer and decided to start a railroad. And that's how Santa Fe came about. And then, of course, the first engine that Disneyland had was the CK Ripley after him.
I still love
Or-
the diesel era
Or
for
no, the Holiday.
Santa Fe
Like,
with the
Jake Holiday.
red and yellow and silver livery.
And
Red. Yeah, Red's yellow and silver
See-
are really good, yeah.
I love that
CK
livery.
Ripley was another Santa Fe guy that they named the number 2 train after. Because back when Disneyland Railroad started up to 72, it had a sponsorship through Santa Fe Railroad. Well, when that sponsorship ended in 72, Santa Fe didn't negotiate.
Wow.
Pretty amazing. But yeah, there's actually a train game called Disneyland Railroad Simulator. It's kind of made off the same engine that Run 8 is, but it's based off the Disneyland Railroad.
Yeah, I think
$20,
I saw
and it's-
like a little thing about
Full
that on
physics.
YouTube today.
Yeah.
I didn't watch the
Alex
video or
said-
anything.
Alex the Historian did a stream of it, which is pretty cool.
Yes,
He's got a stream, and then there's another guy that had a stream.
I watched that video, and Alex did a really good documentary.
Yeah.
I probably should drop it in the chat, but right now I could be bothered to go over to the YouTube side.
You're driving. Don't YouTube and drive.
It's a cool.
Don't YouTube and drive. Yeah, that's right.
Cool because that game is based off real physics. So like you can have auto firing or manual firing. So you can basically fire the engine yourself while you're driving. You know, and of course it's the earlier model that's based off of diesel fuel, because now they're biodiesel where they run off of the cooking oil from inside park. So,
I mean, that's cheap fuel because think of how much oil they use to make French fries on the Disney park. So,
well,
Yeah.
Knott's Berry Farm's the same way. The Class 70 they ran, it was converted over to biodiesel, so it runs off cooking oil too. So, and it's a lot easier for them to get the fuel because they got to get rid of the cooking oil in park. What's a better way than running it in a freaking steam locomotive?
exactly, and it's a good tourist attraction too.
Yeah,
Yeah,
they
just,
don't have to pay to recycle it. They can just burn it.
Yeah, just chuck it in the hole and call it a day, man. You know?
Hell yeah. And it cost them nothing.
Yeah, because they are already paid for the oil.
Yeah, they're making a profit because they paid for the oil. They made money off what that oil cooks.
I mean, that's why UP converted the big boy into being oil fired. So they used the engine oil that they're taking out of their diesel locomotives.
Yep.
And just
Exactly.
put that down in the tender and into the firebox, and there you go.
Yep.
Because some of that oil you cannot recycle anymore.
Yes,
I'm hoping we get
they certainly had it readily available.
Oh yeah.
Number
I'm
5
hoping
motor
we get
oil.
oil burners and Roadrunner. That's what I'm waiting for. I want to see some oil burners and Roadrunner.
Oh yeah.
Oh.
What I know that it's probably not that realistic for the type of line railroader is, but
I know they had some oil
Southern
burners.
Pacific, it's GS4
Yeah.
Oh, the
And
in the
day-
daylight
yeah.
livery.
yeah.
And the saddle tank Mikado, if you look at it, it's got lines on it for being an oil burner.
Oh yeah.
If
look
you're
at it.
wanting the Southern Pacific Golden State Series and they'll up you and do you one better, I'll like to see the Southern Pacific AC-12 class cab forwards in there too. Oh boy, that would be juicy.
yeah.
Yeah. Speaking of
I
articulated,
remember-
have anyone seen the Virginian mod that's been the
Yeah.
Virginian A?
The 2882.
I
Or
don't think
whatever it is.
it's an 8.8. I think it's a 10.8.
Oh, is it? Here,
Yeah.
I can look it up real
One
quick,
of them
'cause I'm
has
sure.
one of them has 5 axles. I don't know if it's the back or the front, but that thing is.
Oh yeah, it's
huge.
a 21010 too.
That thing
Virginia.
is freaking huge.
Yeah.
It is.
They have it in game now, testing it.
Yeah, I showed it to Flenny, and she was like, "I want that now." Because she has some mod where it just basically doubles or triples the coal mine in the game. The mod that's basically called the money printer.
Oh yeah. That's crazy, dude.
But still, those hopper trains you can make with that mod. Oh.
Here. I'll show you this real quick. Let me go back. There we go. Alright. Back in here. Let me move that over. But this is B-Man's GP38. You
Oh.
can see one here that's got like the Grand Trunk. If I scroll up, or I think if I play this video, he's got some with different skins on them. The horn sounds better now. The engines actually sound correct. Because he actually found a way to script the engines that don't mess with the GP9 in game. But like you'll see the different liveries on these engines when they go by. They're not all the same. So right there you got a Grand Trunk. DT&I. There's a Conrail.
Contact rail.
And then
I do like the contact rail.
The Conrail looks pretty cool because it looks like spot on. So yeah, I mean this thing's gonna look. People are going nuts, and then somebody was doing one about the Lehigh Valley. But yeah, it's gonna be. And then he was talking about, you know, people are like, oh, CSX, and it's like, well, no, you know, CSX did run that line later on, kind of down the road in Norfolk Southern. But back in that day, it would have been Seaboard.
Yep.
Seaboard or Conrail.
Seaboard Systems.
It was before the CSX merger. So what he wants to do is he wants to run it to where it's kind of more realistic to that era. But there's going to be modders out there making whatever livery you want for your engines for you to run it the way you want to run it, which is cool. But me, I like kind of running it like what would fit. Like my railroad is the Atchison, Topeka, and Santa Fe. I mean, yeah, it was Southern Pacific that ran that line, but in that era, Santa Fe was around, so I was like, I'm gonna make mine to Santa Fe. Here.
I mean, I still like the idea when you're introduced into Railroader that you are now taking over the line because that's the thing. If you scrolled up, the Virginian, yeah.
Yeah, here's the heavyweights, and these are going to be able to be.
I am also looking forward to when they get mail trains into the game.
Yeah, that'll be cool.
Hell yeah.
I think there was some pictures he showed back here a little ways. Yeah, right there. You can see where. I'm hoping they do a thing where they do like two tones. The other passenger cars I'm excited about.
Still, that Virginian there, fucking beast.
That would be awesome.
Yeah. Where's the
Especially with the coal mod.
There they are. These.
With the coal mine mod. With just a huge line of hoppers behind it.
These cars right here.
Oh yeah, those cars.
Yeah. Because those will look good behind the F7.
Oh yeah, they would fit in. They were basically to make the Californian Sapphire.
Yep. That's the A12 that Green Ninja made. But yeah, that
Virginian there. Just the front cylinders. The front cylinders.
That's the red marble king there.
Fucking huge ass cylinders, man.
Yeah.
Awesome.
There's like an Alcoa 40 44-ton switcher. There's a Plymouth switcher ML6.
But yeah, I would like to see a game like
New
Railroader.
New York Hudson 282.
Oh.
H10.
What about the Mohawk? Is anybody making a Mohawk?
I saw something in here for a Mohawk, but there's the NYC L3A Mohawk. It says I've been working on this for about 7 months due to a few family hiccups and work school. I've been set back a little bit. I'm still in the modeling phase of the Mohawk. If you have any questions regarding the local, please feel free to ask me. I will do my best to answer you in a timely manner. Thanks. But he's got no pictures. He's got no pictures posted. Well, there's these here of where he's working on it. So, but hey, he's working on shit. So
yeah, and family.
Somebody's doing like an Australian mix.
Yeah, that's Australian.
Yeah.
But I would, now that we're speaking about other countries again, I would love to see a game like this European style.
Yeah. That would be cool.
That's
It
a
would be
huge
awesome.
Tank
engine.
right? That's a big tank engine.
Yeah, that's. How many axles does that have? 5?
Yeah, 5 on. It said 210 10 drive wheels. And then there's a Southern H4 280. That one's from Green Ninja. He's the same one that did the A12. He's doing the H4. And then somebody's making the Lehigh Valley Baldwin 210-2C. There's the Alco RS3. That one's going to be cool. Somebody's working on a Yuri P1 triplex, a 28882.
Oh yeah, the triplex. I know.
Why
that.
the?
What's that
Like,
actually built?
The Shark-Nose Baldwin would be pretty cool.
But the triplex, was that actually built, or was it just a concept?
I think it was a concept.
I know that Erie had a few actual triplexes built, and they were failures. Yeah. Yes.
Yeah.
And then we got the PA1 and PB1 coming.
Those are from Southern Pacific, aren't they?
Yeah.
Those.
Like these would be.
Because they were used on the Daylight Express.
Yeah. So there's some cool stuff. There's good stuff coming. But, you know, it's just, that's the one thing. And one thing I give Heist a lot of credit for now, because I was watching him when he was streaming Derail Valley, and he was using that Real Physics mod. And he goes, I used to look at games and think, why can't they get this shit done a lot faster? Or why can't this get done and stuff? He goes, I didn't realize how much a pain in the ass the coding is and how long it takes to put stuff together.
Well, you know,
that was Studio 346 for Century of Steam. And he goes, I've been eating my words a lot now because now he understands. It's not like he thought it was. He's like, it's a lot of time and a lot of money. It's like, well, duh. If it was easy, everybody'd be doing it.
Yeah, he's gained a lot of experience with Century of Steam, you know, and he's kind of pulled back a lot of his criticisms because of it, you know.
I mean, he even apologized for that comment he made to Railroader. He apologized to Adam and all that stuff. And
yeah,
he basically apologized for a lot of stuff that he said. And I'm like, you know what? That's cool.
Yeah,
it's good to see him finally man up.
I was actually going to say that Heist, you know, because he went off on that one stream after they released some brand new stuff for Railroader, and it's kind of made it seem like he was attacking some people.
Oh yeah.
Well,
he
was under the influence at the time he did it.
He was in. It was a 2-year anniversary stream for Virtual Railroad Academy.
Yeah.
They were doing their 2-year anniversary, and his game crashed. The screen was black because I was in his YouTube watching when this happened.
Yeah.
His game crashed. The screen went blank, and all you hear was, "This fucking game's trash."
Wow,
and
yeah.
That was it. The stream ended. And it stayed that way. It was up for about a week that way.
Yeah.
And then, I'm sure word got to him pretty quick that, hey, dude, that was kind of fucked up.
Yeah.
But the whole Railroader fiasco is that, you know, he did apologize to Adam, and he did actually take that stream down, because I watched that stream and it's like, God, you know, he really went off the rails that night with his negative comments, and even Heist, even Heist himself, actually, it's like, that was above and beyond like what he would normally criticize. And it goes, I'm looking at things from the development side of a game now. You know, and I have a much better understanding of what Adam and his team are doing. And it's like, I got to give them props for the stuff that they are trying to do, you know.
Well, it's like he said, coming from his job he had at BNSF, he was the rivet counter.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So he was looking at stuff the way he was trained to do while he was working, because that's the way he was trained.
Yep.
And then he started looking at it from the other side, the way he should have been, and he's like, now I get it. And I thought it was cool that he came out and apologized. Because that takes... It takes a man to come out and say, you know what, I screwed up, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Not everybody does that.
Yep.
I think he also had to do it because of he was developing a Century of Steam at this time, so not to lose interest in his own game.
Yeah,
He
but,
had to do that on a business point.
Yeah.
I have to admit, I don't like the guy because the way he behaves, I don't like it.
Yeah. Fair enough.
That's my
I mean,
opinion.
you're free to state your
And-
opinions, you know.
Everybody has a right to their own opinions.
And that's just some things where I'm like, I don't think you're doing what you've said you've done, because that doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
And that comes from the guy that has been volunteering in total of 10 years with steam locomotives.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I mean, yeah, might be a difference between narrow gauge and standard gauge, American and European, but the principles are the same.
Yeah.
And some of those
It's like-
principles, he went out there in some of his educational videos. I'm sitting there, that's not how it works.
Yeah.
Like, what are you on about?
Exactly.
You know, and I mean, American steam locomotives, European steam locomotives, Russian steam locomotives, they all have operationally the same functions. I mean, really.
The principles are the same. The basics are the same.
Mother
The
Russia.
designs may vary because of what they are built to do. But a boiler
Yep.
is still a boiler.
And boilers boil water. You know, boil water, you throw fire in the, well, you don't throw the fire, but, you know, you build a fire in the firebox. You know, you boil the water that way, you know.
Yeah.
A lot more nuanced than that,
You
obviously,
can't
but,
really
you
boil
know.
water in any other way.
Yeah.
Mother Russia, you don't drive rail, train drive rail.
Unless you somehow have, like, nuclear fuel rods and do it that way, but
Yeah,
that's a
but
whole
you
nother
can't-
topic for
can't
another time.
have-
Different way to get heat. No
Yep.
matter
They
what,
have
you
a
need
demo
heat
of
to
a
boil water.
Nuclear train.
Yep.
Remember that? They had a nuclear train.
Yeah, they
Oh,
did try
yeah.
out with that, and that was a failure as well.
But they decided that that thing would have detonated in the city. It would have been fucking worse than what happened in Palestine. So, yeah.
Yeah. Why
So
am I
they're like,
being
"No,
routed?
No, no good idea.
Why am I
Routed?
being routed via the Sluver sighting? What? That's very weird.
You must have
Okay.
a train coming towards you or something.
Possibly.
I don't see anything on the dispatcher board other than that one guy going into. Well, there may be a guy coming out, but
He might be coming out, yeah.
yeah.
Screw with you.
Because see, like, if you look here, you know, he's got me going through Sluver, and then on to West Colton Main Track 2, which is this guy. So he's got a red light for me there. So I don't know what this
They're
guy's
like-
doing.
They're like, hey, it's not Taco Tuesday anymore. It's Enchilada Wednesday. We're going to mess with Light Wolf.
Lol, 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 lol. Say, do that, add a couple more notes and I'll be singing the main theme to the Smurfs. Lol, 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 lol. Now I
Now I'm
need to
getting blue
listen
with
to some.
envy.
Now I need to listen to some Prince whatever or some Metallica or something, you know. But to be fair, I liked that show when I was a kid, you know, so yeah. I'm like 42 now, so I'm showing my age when I'm talking about the Smurfs.
Hey, I'm 30, and I still like the Smurfs.
Oh, there you go, man. Smurfs
Wait.
were kind of awesome.
Fuck it, back then they actually knew how to make fucking kids shows that weren't cringe.
Smurfs and Snorkels, and then you had like things like the Transformers and Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles back on in those days.
And the good Batman, Superman series.
How about the Teletubbies?
Oh
Nope.
God.
Nope, that's nightmare inducing, my dude. Only thing would be worse is a certain purple dinosaur that. No, I'll burn him up.
I didn't have that over here, luckily for me.
Luckily for you, man. We're all one big unhappy family. Oh man, we used to make fun of them when I was in high school.
From a tree.
Yeah. I'll have to tell you guys off stream what I used to really say about him. It was
bad.
it was bad, yeah.
Oh, it's funny. I used to tell my son, I go, just remember, a dysfunctional family's a happy family, and he just starts shaking his head.
I mean, let's put it this way, you know, when you want some kind of murderous version of Elmo to go after him, you know, you choose Elmo in that case, and Barney is like...
Yes.
Dude, I love that video of Elmo when he's like on cocaine. That YouTube video cracked me up. He's all sitting there snorting lines and stuff. And oh my God, so bad. But it was funny. It was funny.
I don't know if this one website's around anymore, but it's called Bird is Evil. Like from like the from the early 2000s. Oh man, there was all kinds of messed up stuff there.
Oh wow.
Yeah. It was all funny too. It wasn't like, you know, it was just dark humor stuff.
It's like when Jimmy Kimmel would do his show and they would do that thing where they would do like the unnecessary censorship where they would bleep out when people are talking at speeches so it sounds like they're cussing.
Yeah.
Would it be like the president talking, they would bleep out like every fourth or fifth word in a sentence? It was funny.
Wow.
They used to slow down Bush when he would talk, so they'd slow his speech down, and it just sounded like he was drunk. Like, it was great. I used to love that stuff.
That sounds like the humor for the time, dude.
Definitely.
Yeah, now
definitely.
humor is just offensive, apparently.
I know.
It's offensive everywhere, right?
I'm like, fuck you, I want to make fun.
Yeah.
Hell, I make fun of the fucking Nazis.
How can a generation that grew up a South Park be so freaking...
Yeah.
I just don't get it.
Oversensitive.
Yeah. I think the problem is that parents of that generation have been pushing their kids too much, so they can't take a hit no matter what kind of hit it is.
It's
Right.
bad.
So that's why I'm like, I don't care about your fucking feelings.
Oh, me and my buddies in high school, we used to play the dissing game, just fire them back and forth on each other and laugh.
Oh,
we
yeah.
fucking did back in the day. Come on.
But you do that shit now, you're gonna get arrested.
Yeah. For hate
Stupid.
speech. For hate speech. Come on.
Yep.
Yep. Freaking nuts.
It's
Unlike,
stupid.
unlike with some of these people, you don't even know what hate speech is, even if we were glaring you in the face.
People just
Yep.
need to grow balls again. That's what it is.
Yeah. Fucking. It makes me mad.
Oh, yeah.
But we can, yeah, you know,
I
like
just
we used
feel
to get
old.
into, like, you know, back in high school when with my friends, we used to get into dissing contests all the time. Like it
That
was like
great.
it was locker room banter, what we call it here in America. You know, it's
Yeah.
seriously, dude.
I mean, you know it's a true friend when he can offend you and you can go back with a comeback that's even more offensive towards the guy.
That's
And you're
exactly
still like,
it,
oh,
dude.
that's good, bro.
Friend of
My
mine
friend
used to
was
say, say, nice comeback, now wipe it off your face.
Yeah.
Yep.
My buddy used to make jokes and he's like, God, you're so fat. And I'm like, oh, the reason why I'm so fat is every time I come over and pork your mom, she makes me a sandwich. He's just like, damn. He's like, okay, I deserve that.
Good one,
Like,
though.
we were so quick on things. It
Hey
was
man, your
bad.
wife left her ring on my nightstand last night. Oops. Yeah.
UP detector milepost 486.
All the shit we used to say. Looks like I'm getting into ground that's actually like flattening out now. After cruising
I had a
downhill
key-
for miles upon
When I used
miles
to
on
hang
end.
out
Go
at
ahead.
the Country bar with my cowboy boots, my big old belt buckle, my Wrangler jeans, my cowboy hat, and I had a t-shirt on. And the back of the t-shirt said, "Hold my buckle while I kiss your girlfriend."
Wow.
Used to get me in a lot of fights,
Yeah,
but I was
I
always usually the one walking away.
I can see it, man. I can see it.
That's one
Yeah, I
of the
did-
things I love about my little brother is he could just shut up people in the most hilarious way. You could imagine, like in
Right.
school, he could basically shut up every teacher when they asked him about a problem they were teaching about in school, and he just goes, "We don't talk about that here." That just casually just looks down at his book again, just ignores the teacher, and the teacher just just
Wow,
didn't know what to do.
that's awesome.
And he even did it to my big sisters as well, and it was hilarious because they just completely lost their face.
My God, it sounds like the kind of.
And
It
he
sounds
just
like the.
walks away casually, like nothing ever happened.
Sounds like the exactly the
great.
kind of guys I used to hang out with back when I was like in my 20s and stuff, dude. I mean, I knew this guy by the name of Eric Hanabi. You know, we used to be really, really like best buds, and that was the kind of shit he used to say, man. Like, no joke. He would say that kind of thing and be like, "Yeah, no problem, man." And it, on a few occasions, I guess it got him decked. I mean, I wasn't with him during any of those times, but you know, yeah, that was the kind of stuff he used to say.
I mean, I'm still surprised that my brother hadn't gotten beaten up yet, because
Right.
he can say things and get away with it in the most what the fuck way.
Right?
When you just stand there flabbergasted and just, did that just happen kind of way. It's so funny. It's just so
God,
funny. And when you realize what happened, the guy's gone. He's just walked away.
One of my teachers in high school hated me so bad, and he had a hearing aid in both ears.
Mm-hmm.
And so I figured out a way to get back with him. It was pure
Oh
evil.
no.
It was pure evil. I would sit there and I would look at him, and he would look at me, and he would say something to me, and I would just move my lips, but I wouldn't say anything. to And then he'd say it again, and I'd just move my lips again. Then he'd sit there and turn his hearing aids up, say it again, and I'd just move my lips again. It would get to the point to where he would get his hearing aids turned all the way up, and then I would just scream back at him, and it would just put heat back to his ears. Like, it was mean.
Yeah,
That guy
but
was
it's
a
funny.
dick. That guy was an asshole. The rest of the kids would be laughing.
486.8. No.
Hold on a sec.
That's
No
what I mean.
defects. Total axles.
I'll be right back, guys.
448. Train speed 21 mph. Ambient temperature 99 degrees. UP detector out.
Okay, I just needed to listen to that. Okay, I'm back. Sorry.
Oh, you're good. I've toned down a lot. Even my ex just told me that too. She's like, "My God, you've changed a lot." I'm like, "I have."
Well, I mean, we
I
change
was like,
the older
It
we
took me.
become.
It took me a while to grow up. I'm 53 now, and I'm finally starting to show that I've grown up. My ex is like, "It's
Yeah.
about time," and I'm like, "Hey, some of us are late bloomers. What can I say?"
I mean, that's just it, guys.
True,
You know,
though.
we all
True.
grow. We all grow. You know.
Like, it was funny. Like, my mom said to my dad one time, my mom's like, "I'm just waiting for our son to grow up," and my dad's like, "It's gonna be a long wait." I
He
started
knew.
laughing and I looked over at my mom, and my mom just shook her head and walked away.
He
Womp,
knew.
womp,
Oh, yeah.
He knew.
Oh, the
He
reason why
knew.
he knew is I'm a lot like my dad. And my mom even says that too, the way my humor is. Like, my dad would get my mom cracking up when we lost my dad in 2019, and then I was kind of helping my mom get around and stuff, and I was cracking the jokes and stuff. She goes, "My God, you're so much like your father." I was like, "That's a good thing." She's like, "Yes, it is."
I mean, I lost my
Like,
dad. I lost my father here in 2020 due to cancer.
Yeah,
So
my dad
sorry to
was
hear
in
that, dude.
2019.
And
Stage 4
I mean, I'm more sorry for my
pancreatic cancer.
brother because basically a month after our dad's funeral, he turned 18.
Oh, wow.
That was not a good birthday for him, I can tell you that.
Yeah.
He was
No.
not happy.
Yeah, you know, I lost my dad 2 days before Christmas, like December
Oh,
23rd, 1988, right? And I was 6 years old at the time, and you know, literally his birthday was on Christmas Day, and he always told my mom, you know, I'm not gonna make it to 50. You know, never really gave her much of a reason. But then he was coming back from Seaside, Oregon. We lived in Elgin, so he was coming back, and he had a massive coronary, and he passed away, unfortunately, and I never got to see him again, obviously, since before he died. So
I was lucky. My dad was like 10 days before my birthday. It sucked. But when he went in, they diagnosed him with advanced stage 4 pancreatic cancer. They gave him 3 months. He was in the hospital for 2 weeks, came home for 2 weeks, and then passed. But I was lucky
cancer
enough
is
to be
cancer is
home from
horrible.
work, and I was holding his hand while he took his last breath. I was there right by his side. So at least I give props for that. And I remembered, I looked down at my dad because I could tell he was in pain,
Yeah.
and he couldn't talk.
yeah,
He was in a hospital bed in the living room. I looked down at him. I said, "Dad," I go, "don't fight it if you're in pain." I'm like, "You shouldn't have to go through the pain." I'm like, "Don't worry. Nobody's going to touch Mom, because if they try and touch her, I'm going to kick their ass." And my dad just kind of looked up at me and smiled.
yeah,
So he knew. And I
Yeah.
told him, I said, "I will make sure everything's good." And then I told my sister, I'm
The
like, "I'm
thing-
going to go out. I went out and had a cigarette. When I came back in, his breasts were getting really shallow. My sister looked at me. She's like, "It's getting worse." So I walked up and held his hand and just stood there. Was there right when he took his last breath, and that was it. My sister lost it. But I stayed there right beside him.
Yep.
It's like I told my mom, I said I was glad I was able to be there. I'm glad I wasn't like that escape somewhere.
I just managed to go through the front door of the hospice where my dad was. So we were all there when he took his last breath.
Wow.
dang. Yeah, I was
I
there
mean, that's all
with.
they want.
I mean, he was fighting all the way until he was basically waiting for my mom to tell him, "Don't worry,
Yeah.
we got it from here. You can let go."
I think that's
And
what
only
my dad was
then-
waiting on to do.
And only then he died.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Shortly after that,
See,
he died.
I was
He
there.
just wanted to make sure we were okay.
I was there right with my mother as she died, 2019, and again I called the Christmas curse, you know, because she was on
Wow.
December 24th, like 30 years and 1 day to the day that my dad died. It's like, yeah, hopefully nobody
Wow.
dies on Christmas Day, and I don't mean that in a morbid sense. I mean that sincerely, but like,
No.
I was
Yeah.
I was there, you know. I called my sister, you know, who lives here in the same town where I am, and my mother was at the University of Washington Medical Center down in Seattle, which is like what 50 miles away from here. And so I was with her, and I, you know, had just woken up. I heard some commotion in the in her room next door to me, so I better go in just right then and there, I got a call from the doctor saying, you better get in here because she's passing. So I called my sister, and I'm like, you and my brother, you better get down here fast, you know, because mom's going. And man, you know, with my brother-in-law and all that, apparently they were doing like 90 down the freeway trying to get here. But no, mom was gone before before they got here. But hey, you know, I was glad that I was with her, that somebody that she knows was with her.
Exactly.
Yeah,
And that's the thing.
One
She
of my
didn't die
best,
alone. Go ahead,
one of my
man.
best friends is going through the exact same thing I went through 4 years ago. As his stepdad.
Mm.
It
Yeah.
just goes to show you we're not invincible, you know?
It's a matter of days now.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's just
Yep.
when your number's called, your number's called.
Yeah. I mean, I've been close to that twice already.
Wow.
And
I've
that's
been
just
lucky
from
so far.
and that's just from migraine, believe it or not.
Wow.
I suffer severe migraine where I can affect that I basically get paralyzed.
Wow.
I won't be able to feel my arms. I won't be able to feel my legs. Yeah. And I can become unconscious and stop breathing. It has been really, really bad. So,
The only thing I suffer from is insomnia.
Yeah.
That's why I can do like 18, 24. The longest stream I ever did on Railroads Online was 52 hours straight. I mean, I was getting up, walking to the bathroom. I was getting up, walking outside, having cigarettes. So I wasn't sitting the whole 52 hours. But the stream went for 52 hours.
That's crazy,
Everybody's
man.
like, you're nuts. And it's just like, hey, I
Yeah.
got insomnia. It's no big deal to me. Like, I went to bed Monday night at 2 in the morning. I got up Tuesday at about 8 o'clock, laid back down, got back up again around a little before 11 a.m. And I've been up ever since. I haven't been asleep yet. Which I probably won't go to sleep till about 6 in the morning, probably. Because I'm not even tired right now. But I gotta go down to the shop and talk to them to see about when they want me to bring the car down so they can look at it and let me know how much I'm gonna have to get over to pay for it.
It's like for me, you know, personally, you know, just air it out right now. So like, you know, because of poor lifestyle choices in recent years, and I'm doing everything I can to correct that, you know, not watching what I'm eating, becoming massively overweight, weighing almost 300 pounds. And put it this way, you know, became diabetic, and it went unchecked for a while, and it damaged my kidney. So now I have like diabetic nephropathy, you know, and so, but I got it caught early, you know, because I'm in stage 2, CKD, chronic kidney disease. But you know, I got my proteinuria completely under control, my diabetes under control. Slowing the progression of the disease is massively key, you know.
Yeah.
And you know, I mean, I'm just airing it out on stream, which is fine, you know, my choice. But at the end of the day, you know, just gotta do with what you've got.
Yep.
That's what it amounts to, my boys.
The hardest part is trying to eat healthy when you didn't have to before. Because that's like a hard thing to stay on track with.
Yeah. And, you know, because I was diagnosed with diabetes in 2022, type 2 diabetes specifically. I had like, I know the European blood sugar measurements are different over there because you guys go by millimoles, but here we go by milligrams per deciliter, and my blood sugar levels were like around 280 milligrams per deciliter. I'm like, yeah, that's, you know, because they take this, they give you this test called an A1C test, which is designed to check your blood sugar levels over the course of the average of 3 months. That's what my blood sugar levels were averaging then. But since then, you know, I'm down to like 5.9%. I mean,
Nice.
technically like pre-diabetic. Not even, you know, because here in America, you know, when they consider you diabetes, you know, you're like above 6.5%. And I haven't had a single test result concerning A1C, hemoglobin A1C, since that was even over 6.5%.
My dad was type 2. And then my dad had two brothers that were type 2 and another brother that was actually on an insulin monitor, type 1.
Yeah.
So it runs on my dad's side. My mom keeps telling me, you got to watch your sodas and your rock stars. It's like,
You got to, man, because those things are stupid thick in sugar, my dude.
Yeah. And she's like, it could skip you, but then again, it could be hereditary. You never know. You never know.
So like type 2 diabetes, now type 1 diabetes, you know, there's an argument there that it could be more hereditary, but type 2 is purely metabolic, you know, because it's the stuff you're eating and drinking, you know, because like, even though I long ago gave up drinking no soda's good for you at all. You know, I got rid of that sugar, and then, you know, when it comes to the actual foods, I think the average American diet is completely just garbage, in all honesty. You know, we have ingredients in our foods that are literally banned in other countries. You know, I wonder why. You know.
High fructose corn syrup. You definitely want to keep your carbs down. Because carbs
sodium
Sodium.
benzoate. Let's see, yellow 40. Yeah, that's not legal in Greece as far as I know.
Don't think it's legal here in Denmark.
I mean, Mountain Dew's actually in a lot of different countries. Mountain Dew,
yeah, they use high fructose corn syrup usually, and not real sugar.
Yeah.
And then you wonder why we have the highest obesity, diabetes, and heart disease rates in the world, and we're the world's wealthiest nation. It's like, seriously?
I need
priorities, mate.
Yeah.
I need to cut down on my sugar and my carbs.
That's all I can say is it's fucking stupid, dude. You know?
Yeah.
So I'm looking at the dispatcher table here, and it looks like they've got me lined all the way to Gosti on the Alhambra sub.
Oh, yeah?
Yep. And I'm still on that restricted 15-mile-an-hour curve back behind me, so... That's what happens when you're driving a 7,700-foot train. Lol, 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 lol. Hey, it could be a 14er.
Also, back
Go
to
ahead.
dispatching. I like how SimRail has done that.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
Yep.
I was watching Schnoz play that. Because he's been playing a lot of that SimRail. He's been playing a lot of the Trans-Siberian Railway.
Oh yeah, Trans-Siberian Railway. I'm gonna have a look at that on Steam and see.
There's
much
a
it is.
demo. There's a free demo you can play.
I'm not gonna get that game because Russian Trains doesn't really says anything to me, so I'm not really that interested.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I might check it out, but I don't know if I'm gonna play it much though.
Well, the 28th Outbreak comes out, which looks like a pretty cool storm chasing game. I've been watching Jeff Avanano. He's been streaming it because he's got an early demo to it. To the demo beta for testing. So they're letting him test it.
So
he's
according to
been
this, the game is $20 US before any add-ons. That's not a bad price. Sorry to cut you guys off.
Oh, you're good. No
You're
worries.
good.
So Steamy, whenever I tune into your live streams, You do the whole VTubing thing. What? Who made your character for you?
It's based on a base for VR chat, and Cloud River painted it for me
Oh, okay.
and made the hat. The character itself, or himself, I made myself.
Oh, that's awesome.
I drew him myself with this shitty art I did back in the day.
Fair enough.
But yeah, I've designed him myself.
Nice. Came out good looking character, man. Well done.
Yeah. I was thinking, I didn't want an Earth pony.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're boring.
At least you didn't go
Sorry.
with Alicorn because that's the
Sorry.
most overdone.
Sorry, Big Mac.
At least you didn't go
But,
with Alicorn because that's the most overdone thing ever.
Yeah, that's, to me, most of those people that do an Alicorn is because they want to be overpowered.
Yeah.
Basically god modding.
Mhm.
Don't want that. But I was thinking, what would make sense if he works with steam locomotives? And I thought, magic. He wouldn't be that advanced in magic, but he would sure as hell be able to lift a lot with it. So I came up with, he will be able to lift 2 tons with his magic. I know that's a lot, but think about it. If he started working with steam trains as a foal, he would naturally have built up that magical strength of levitation. And for special kind of magic, he will be able to do a dispatcher's board basically in front of him.
Welcome back, Golden. Go ahead, Steamy. I just wanted to welcome Golden back.
Yeah, sure.
Acknowledge his holy
What's
presence
up,
there.
Golden?
His golden presence. Why are you
I'm
not in
kinda-
the treasury?
Hey,
Sorry.
speaking of 2 tons, I was at a country bar one time and met this chick that looked like she weighed about 2 tons.
Wow.
And she told me she was from Texas. And she goes, "Yeah, you know what they say? Everything's bigger in Texas." And
Doesn't mean that
I
it's
straight up put my foot in my mouth and looked at her and I said, "Judging by the size of you, I can see that's true. And I'm surprised she didn't slap me." She gave me a pissed off look and waddled away.
Is this an actual girl you met?
Yeah, this happened IRL at a country bar.
Wow.
Yeah. She was
Golden
like maybe
says,
600
I
pounds.
escaped the treasure and the IRS is actively hunting me. Lol.
Nice.
Yes.
IRS is a joke. They should have been shut down after a long time ago.
Yeah.
Yeah, just
We don't need taxes, you know.
The
Our
IRS
taxing
is a scam.
agency.
They're making money off our money.
you need to distribute your taxes better.
Right?
Hey,
Yeah.
I like living in Vegas. We got no state tax. So when we
You know-
file taxes, all we have to file is federal, not state.
You know what's actually funny? Like here in Washington State, we have really stupid property taxes, but yet we don't have an income tax, which is nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, we don't actually have an income tax, so we don't get taxed on our paychecks from work. So when I used to work for the local Winco out of Everett, yeah, that was nice to pull in that little bit of money and not have to pay an extra dime to anything.
went
Yeah, I
shopping
can
with
boost it
my
up to
niece at a
50.
Winco out here.
Yeah, I love Winco.
I like
they're
Winco.
actually they're based out of my old home state of Idaho. Specifically, they're headquartered in Boise. So
Better
yeah,
than Walmart neighborhood market.
way better than Hellmart. Anything's better than Hellmart. I mean
Walmart.
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 We don't have that over here.
Yeah, count your blessings, dude. And then in Denmark, you don't have that. I want to go to Denmark just to shop at the little shops and stuff. Yes, I know that's an expensive flight, but that would be an experience to be had.
Hey, you're going to visit one of the oldest countries in the world, so
There you go.
That's
No,
like
like-
when I'm sitting here and watching what happened with America
Yeah.
at this time, I was like, yeah, I've been there, done that.
Yeah. Yep.
I just thought about when I picked my sister up from the hospital when she got released on Monday. So I took her Kia Sorento SUV, picked her up when we were coming home, coming down the freeway. And this truck goes by us, and on the side it had the guy's name. He was called the Stripe Guy. So he's probably like paint stripes and stuff.
Oh, hey, the
And so my sister goes, "You think he's a pinstriper?" I'm like, "Well, he's either a pinstriper or he can really do like put some nice stripes in his underwear. You never know."
I thought you were talking
My
about.
sister was just like, "Oh my god."
I thought you were talking about
Hey!
Pinstriper, like in reference to somebody from New York City, specifically
no,
Yankees fans.
No, this was actually one of the guys that does the striping on. Probably does.
Oh,
like lettering,
okay.
striping
Oh,
on
yeah,
the vehicle.
Yeah.
Speaking about the word gay, I love to make people confused
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
with that word because I use the old term of the word.
Yeah.
Happy.
Yes.
Happy.
Real term.
So when people
Kind of like
ask,
when you're over in the UK and somebody wants a cigarette, they'll ask you, "Hey, can I have a pack?" And you're like, "What?"
yeah,
They mean
Yeah.
cigarette. It's weird.
I mean
Yep.
they use that term since World War One. So,
Yeah.
Just gotta watch yourselves here, because we are streaming. So
Yeah. It's just
But-
it's weird how
but
terminology.
with the word gay, when someone asks
Yeah.
me, "Are you gay?" like my sexuality, and I can say I am not, but I love to piss them off or make them confused.
Right.
So I say, "Yeah, I'm happy. Are you?" And they're just gonna be like, "That's not what I asked."
yeah.
And I said, "Yes, you did. You asked if I was happy, and I am. If
Yeah.
I'm not, I punch you in the face."
Like with me, I don't ever go asking somebody's like
No, but-
sexuality. You know,
Same.
My bad.
it's like when you first meet them. You know,
Yeah.
whatever.
I mean,
It's kind of like the comedian Rodney Carrington said, "We should all wear shirts and say what we like." And it's like, look, I like this, you like that. This ain't gonna work. See you later.
yep. I'm when it comes to sexuality, I don't really care.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Me neither.
I mean, what you do in your bedroom's not my business.
Same here, man.
I got a niece.
I thought that was
that's
a
a
railroad
lesbian.
crossing up ahead.
My
This is,
oldest
Bridge
daughter's
Shadow.
transgender, so yeah, whatever makes people happy, that's fine.
Yep.
As long as it doesn't hurt other people or animals, I'm fine with
Exactly.
it.
Yeah.
Yep.
And
I'm
it's not
fine
illegal.
with that too.
Squirrels. Save the squirrels.
No, screw the squirrels. They fucking plant trees everywhere, and I have to cut them down railroads online. They're everywhere.
Golden
Screw the squirrels.
Squirrels.
Golden God says, "Oh, I just realized I never told you what mods I'm working on for Railroader. I'm working on the bulkhead flat cars, and I'm experimenting with the to see if I can implement wigwag crosses. Dude, that'd be fucking badass.
Ooh.
Good.
Wigwags.
You got
Hell
my
yeah.
attention, Logan. Like, I would love to see those old wigwags where it just had that sign that kind of went side to side vertically. Like before they started doing the lights. That'd be kind of cool. I could see that. Because that would fit in this era.
So I'm still cleared to the signal at Gosty, at the west end of Gosty.
Nice.
So I'm going through on the Alhambra sub, so I must be signaled into Los Angeles eventually.
I'm just running 8.
You run 8.
I'm running 2 observation cars and 8 of the lightweight 84 passenger cars. So my train can hold 722 passengers.
In Railroader?
Yeah, Railroader.
I usually only have mine on 6 coaches in total.
I think I need to add 2 more coaches and put it up to
No, what you need is
12 coaches.
adding more trains.
Didn't mean to bump on the
if
brake.
if you go up, 8 is the maximum, but in some other sidings that can only just be 8, and even the locomotive's gotta be stretching over. So I'd
Yeah.
say have a consist of max 6 coaches
Yeah,
and locomotive.
run like 2.
And if you need more, you need to build another train.
Yeah, true.
That's what I've done, and that's basically how we do passenger service. And
What I usually do is I'll run 2 smaller commuter trains, and then I'll have like 1 express train that's a little bit longer that will run only from like Silva to Andrews, and then back from Andrews to Silva, and then I would have the 2 smaller commuter trains stop at every place.
I gotta ask Golden God a question. Golden,
Go for it.
if I'm bailing the brake, do I need to hold on to the dynamic, or not the dynamic, but the independent brake to let it release? Because it seems to be that's what I need to do here in run 8. I have a little bit of brake applied because I'm just coasting downhill.
Well, I know if the grade gets any worse, you're gonna have to bend over and push your bucket by. That train's gonna take off on you.
And I don't remember what the limitations of the dynamics were. I'm pretty sure they're sort of useless above 50 miles an hour, too. That's a question for all you Class 1 railroaders out there. Because I know there's a certain limitation to the dynamic braking.
I'm probably like a class .005, so that's above my pay grade.
There's that one joke told by Poe in the first Kung Fu Panda. You're a level 0. Well, I'm definitely a class 0.
Woo.
Man.
You know, like Chinese Confucius say, man who stand on toilet, high on pot.
Lol.
Man who have hole in pocket feel cocky. I just got a kick out of that one.
Mm.
It's just little things.
Yep.
The little things.
Yeah, wood.
Wood.
Yeah, that was a
Yeah,
lot
I
of
remember.
wood you were hauling that one day. A lot of wood.
No, there was that. Then there was that one comment you actually mentioned when I was dropping that wood into the pond at the sawmill on Railroads Online.
Oh yeah.
I'll let you say it, not me.
Oh yeah. Wet wood. Oh god,
Wet
we were
wood.
laughing so hard. I was tired, but I couldn't go to sleep, so I was delirious, and I was just laughing my ass off. It was funny.
Mhm.
Like you would have thought I was on drugs. 2 drugs. It's just
Wow.
it's natural for me. Yeah.
And I was all
This
like,
is the way I am naturally.
I was all like, wow, no-dos. Wow, dude. Wow. Wow.
Can't take me anywhere.
See, we're almost like my brother, man. Can't take you anywhere. I remember my brother, back when we were kids, you know, we used to go to KB Toys.
Oh god.
And my brother threw a major fit And because my mother told him no, he couldn't get something, right?
Uh-huh.
So he threw a fit and she took him outside. She spanked him.
Oh, wow.
And so we all got back in the car and started heading home. And a very good friend of ours was driving. And so we got out to the middle of nowhere on the way back home, and he was continuing to throw his shit. So my friend that was driving got out, stopped the car, pulled over to the side of the road, got out of the car and spanked him. And then he shut up after that. It's like, wow, dude. Never had that one happen, but you know.
Didn't learn the first time.
Nope. It's fine. It's fine.
I always remember the comment my dad said to me,
And
because,
that's how you raise your child properly.
Yeah.
My son was pretty good at pushing buttons, you know, and my dad would tell me, you know, I never did like abuse my son or anything. I spanked him when he did things wrong, but my dad always told
they
me,
need a punishment when they do something wrong that is punishable.
Yep.
Yeah, my
And
dad
the
made a
punishment needs to
comment
be
where
within
he
reason.
said, you can't.
Punishment has to fit the crime.
You can't
Exactly.
beat the sense out of him. It was some way he worded it, and I'm just kind of like, I get it. Like it totally clicked. But like I really didn't have to be that physical with my son because it got to the point where I could give him a certain look,
And he
and
would
if
just
he
know.
looked up at me, he saw me, he'd put his head down, he'd be like, "Sorry, Dad," and he'd turn around and walk away.
Knows.
And my ex was like, "How the hell do you do that? Can you teach me?"
That's called respect.
Yeah, it's called respect.
Indeed.
Because he knows I can make his world a living hell, and I give him that look like, "Do you want to try me?" And he sees it in my eyes, and that's when he's like, "Nope, I'm good. Sorry. Okay, done."
Because he
Don't have to
tried
get
it once
physical.
and he didn't like it.
Yeah. And that's what basically, it's like I told my ex, I'm like, it's how you talk to him, it's how you look at him. I'm like, you go off yelling, screaming at him, he's going to yell and scream back.
Mm-hmm.
Yelling will get you
Indeed.
nowhere. Yeah. You know, my son's ADHD. They said that they diagnosed him with Asperger's autism.
Which is something
He's-
I also have.
He's a smart ass kid. Blows me away. He can take anything apart and put it back together with no issues.
Yeah, some of us are like that.
Smart as hell. Smart as hell. But his fuse is really, really short. And if you go off screaming at him, he's just going to fire right back. And I keep telling my ex, you can't yell at him. You got to talk to him. You got to talk to him. Talk to him calmly.
Figure out
It'll
what the
get you a lot
problem is,
further.
and then you
Yeah.
can solve it.
Like I was watching I got two older sisters, and the younger one, I was watching her because my son's name was RJ, so we always called her the RJ whisperer. Because like he would start getting mad, and my sister would see it, and she'd sit down beside him. She's like, "What's mad? What's going on? Tell me, what's the matter?" And then he'll start, and I'm like, I started picking up on that, and then that's what I started doing with him and stuff, and it's just.
Yeah,
Basically being
it
there
works
to
a
listen.
lot better. It works
Oh,
a
yeah.
lot better.
Get you further down the road instead of yelling.
For an example, with one of my nephews, when they were crying because of something that happened, and I was the one looking after them, and they were like crying like, and I said, try and calm down and stop crying, because I cannot help you when you cry. I know you're sad. I know you have a problem, but I cannot understand what the problem is as long as you are crying. So try and calm
Yeah.
down.
Yep.
And they calmed down and told me what the problem is, and we figured it out.
There you go.
It's teaching them from a young age to come up with solutions to problems.
Yeah.
You know, it's problem solving, really.
Basically, yeah.
My ex did a good job with my son though, because he's really respectable. Like when he wants something, he's always with the police. Thank you. Like she did it, and I even told her, I was like, "You did a good job." She's like, "Well, I appreciate that." And I'm like, "Well, I know he was with you more than he was with me, so it was definitely you, not me, that did that." And even my youngest daughter, my oldest daughter's kind of a hellion. She's going through her rebellion stages,
Mm.
so
Going
if
through
she's not
Montclair,
careful,
Ontario.
she's she's not careful, she's going to be like her mom and end up in group homes and juvie and stuff. So she better watch herself.
I remember with my nephews because I have model trains, and when I was living with my parents, I had a room where I had my model trains in them and a little layout. And we taught my nephew something that every time we went out there, they were not allowed to go out there or go in there alone. I had to be there.
Oh yeah.
And they were not allowed to touch anything unless I had said so.
Yep.
One of my nephews grabbed the controller for the train and nearly pulled out the whole layout.
Oh jeez.
Yes,
Oh wow.
I did yell at him. Luckily, he didn't
Oh yeah.
pull the whole layout down, but
Yeah.
and there was no trains on it, luckily. But still, he did touch the controller, and he wasn't allowed.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
I ended up saying, "You don't do that," in a harsh tone. And because you've done that, you're not allowed in here.
Yeah.
So I sent him out.
It's-
Yeah, of course he got sad, started crying.
Yep.
But I told my mom that is the consequence of what he did.
Yep.
The others didn't, and since then, and I kept telling him this: either hands in pockets or hands behind your back when you're in here.
Yeah. There you go.
It's called setting your
Uh,
boundaries.
Yep.
Yeah, and here's the thing: with the model trains club that I'm in, we go around to different exhibitions and put up a layout, and we can take it down again.
Yeah.
My nephews visited me on one of these exhibitions, and immediately when they came into where all the hobby things was, because there was a lot of different hobby things, I saw them immediately, and this was some years after. Immediately, their hands went behind their back. I didn't even have to say a word. It just whoop.
Yep. They do.
That's the proudest moment I've ever experienced with those guys. Like,
Awesome, dude.
wow.
That is awesome. All right, guys, I'm going to step away for a few minutes. Go ahead and talk amongst yourselves here. I'm going to mute my ears here and stream and play some music, but I shall be back in about 5 minutes. I'm going to run a brief ad break. I'm going to get up, stretch my legs, restroom, whatever. Okay.
Yep.
I shall be back soon, guys. And thank you for the bit of information, Golden. I greatly appreciate that, my dude. Listen to Prince whatever. Listen to it. Yes. Listen to it. All right, we're going to join back into the call. Hopefully I don't jump into something inappropriate here. All right, boys, I'm back.
5 to Carson, 5
Yep.
to the paperwork. Welcome back.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Just
it's
went and
always
grabbed
good
the
to have a
sandwich.
spare set footing. Yeah. Hell, back when I was running league, I was running your soccer. That's kind of overkill. That's on tier 5, it only goes $20 blocks. So, yeah. Running in double stacks.
I'm just sitting here highballing at 60 miles an hour.
Somebody was asking about the double stack in this game. I'm like, they didn't exist back then.
They did.
They did have container trains, but they were like containers of. It was one container that they basically fit on top of that car.
Yeah.
But there were container trains.
The containers were starting to become a thing back in the 60s and 70s.
Yeah.
Yep.
It only started really kicking off when the 20 footers and the 40 footers were built.
Yeah.
That you could actually store everything in it.
Like I could see them running like TOFCs on here, like the trailer on flat car, like the semi trailers.
Yeah.
Because I think they did do that around back.
Yeah,
in the
they did do that in the 50s. Yeah.
Yeah.
In the mid 50s.
So it'd be kind of cool seeing stuff like that. Seeing like the
And that could be a kind
cars
of a
and
block
trailer.
train. That could be kind of a
Yeah.
block train in the game.
Yep.
For when, let's say we get connected to the main line. And you have opened up the rest of the line in the game. So you have that train that has to go all the way through and then changed over at the end
Yep.
of the line.
Yeah.
But you will
Like
only
it-
unlock that train when you unlock the whole line.
Yeah. So you can pick it up from one interchange, run it to the other, and pick it up.
Basically, yeah.
Like
And
we
have
could
one
pick up
going back
five
and
other
forth.
trains. Yeah. That'd be kind of cool.
But that has to be a late game feature, in my opinion. Then you have something to work towards.
One
You have
thing
a
I
goal.
said, which I was talking to Spur Gaming about, that would be cool, was with us having the wear and tear. I wish they would have done it to a point to where it's like when you take an engine to get in to get overhauled, it'd be like, oh, this one needs a new boiler.
Yeah.
So the engine service would order the boiler, and then next thing you know, you would see it come in on one of the interchanges on a flat car, and then you would take it to that engine service to where they're working on the train to deliver it, and it's like they're installing it on the train. Something like that would have been cool for them to kind of play it in the game that way.
Most of the time when they did an overhaul, they built the boilers or rebuilt the boilers at the workshop.
Yeah, true. So they would just have like
So-
parts coming in.
You wouldn't really see a giant boiler being transported that often. That actually
Yeah.
happened very rarely.
True. That makes a lot of sense.
So what you could have is, if we get cars with steel plating,
Yeah,
that you have to get to your depot.
yeah,
And
That'd
that
be
would be
kinda cool.
steel and copper plating.
yeah. And then maybe seeing flat cars coming in with like the driver wheels and stuff. That'd be kind of cool.
Yeah.
Like actually seeing the physical parts, I think would be kind of neat.
Yeah, I really look forward to when they get that in the game.
I mean, I don't understand. Like they added the pole put at Whittier Sawmill, but
Mhm.
why are they gondolas instead of hoppers?
I don't know either.
And the thing that sucks is you don't see, like, they don't have the scripting in for that load to be in the trailers. So when they're full and you bring them out, they look empty. I'm hoping they swap over to the hopper cars because it makes a little more sense.
Hmm.
Because wood chips were made, and even Spur Gaming said that too. He's like, I don't know why they're using gondolas instead of hoppers. And I was like, yeah, I've been wondering the same thing. He's like, yeah. He's like, it's kind of weird. He's like, maybe that's the way they did it back then. I don't know. I was like, no, they had hoppers back then.
Some places were and some places wasn't.
Yeah.
It depended on the company, really.
Yeah, true.
So this company might just order gondolas, because
Yeah.
to where they ship it to, they unload gondolas there. The way
Like
they
wh-
have to unload, they might not have the hopper system.
One thing I tripped out on Railroads Online, we have those larger hopper cars now.
Mm-hmm.
Because there's 3 different hopper cars we have, because it used to be 2.
Yep.
But there's that larger one that came out now, so I bought 10 of those to run iron ore down to the smelter.
Mhm.
Those, like, the other cars would hold like 12. Those larger ones hold 22. I was like, holy crap. So I had 10 of those filled up, so that was like 220 more than I took out of the smelter. I made some good money off that. That was like $4,000 to $4,500 I made.
I mean,
Just
I
taking
don't,
iron ore down there.
I don't know if you've seen the iron ore trains that run in northern Sweden and northern Norway
Oh, those things are big.
with that big blue electric locomotive. That is
Yep,
huge.
yep.
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 Those
I haven't seen-
cars are long.
Yeah,
Those
they are.
trains
go
are
ahead.
long.
Yeah.
But each
I
car
haven't-
can't really hold that much because iron ore is such a heavy material.
Yeah, it is.
I've seen the iron ore trains that Australia tends to move.
Yeah, those things are huge.
Those are
Those
huge,
things
too.
are long.
Yeah.
But if you
You're
look at the
talking about a
hoppers,
train that's
they
like
don't really
3
hold
miles
that
long.
much.
No, they don't.
No.
That's why
But
they are
that
so
train-
long.
That train's like 3 miles long.
Yeah.
It's freaking nuts.
It's,
And some
it's
of
as
those
long
are
as a
actually.
normal. It's as long, maybe even longer than a normal manifest in America.
Some of those Australian trains are actually remote operated too. They're unmanned.
Yeah.
Which is
Yeah.
crazy, but it is.
No, they are operated by one man, but he has the control.
yeah,
there's
and
a
it's
remote.
just it's out in the middle of nowhere, so you really don't have to worry about a whole lot.
They're usually when they're out in the middle of nowhere, they're 2-man crew.
Yeah.
And
Like I don't think we're ever going to see autonomous trains.
mm-mm. Sadly, America is a bit behind on when it comes to railway technology.
Oh yeah.
Not
Everybody
just a
else
bit
is
behind, a
impressed
lot
by our
behind.
like train length, but when it comes to passenger service, Europe is irons up on that one.
Yeah, I met
Oh, yeah.
some American tourists at one point, and they said the Danish system is amazing. I'm like,
Yeah. Yeah.
what are you talking about? It's shit. It's one of the worst in Europe.
Oh, wait. You should see it. You should see
I mean,
it here.
we have cancellations, delays every single day for most of the ridiculous reasons. And you say this
Same
is
here.
good? That just shows me how bad it is in America.
Yeah, it's a shit show over
I mean,
here.
and
I mean, you leave it all to
this is the
Amtrak
one-
being a joke.
yeah, Amtrak is a joke. But here's the one thing I really don't know why you haven't invested in. High-speed rail links.
They're
Well, we
doing
got
that
one going
in
from
some
Vegas to
places.
Rancho Cucamonga.
Yeah, you've only started on it now,
Yeah.
where Europe started in theirs in the 80s.
Well, because they're so far behind on transportation out here.
Yep. And Texas
Your
is doing
country
it too.
is made for high-speed rail.
They're more worried about pushing electric cars than having a high-speed train.
High-speed train is a more durable way of electric transport.
Well, you know, the funny
is
thing
true.
is like I tell people, if everybody in America bought an electric car and everybody in America plugged that electric car in at the same time,
You wouldn't
what's
have
going to
power.
happen? Our whole
Hoping
electric grid will take a shit.
It would not
I'm
be
like, why
sustainable
are they
enough.
Why are they pushing it? It's complete stupidity.
Yeah. And you know the ones that put brakes on the wheels for high-speed rail projects in America?
Ah,
The car and oil industry.
Yep.
They don't like it
General
because they
Motors
know
in particular.
they're gonna lose business
yep.
if this becomes a thing, because the young population wants high-speed rail links because it's more environmentally friendly.
They're trying to keep us on fossil fuels.
You know
Oil
and
what?
companies wanna make money.
Aviation industry is basically a monopoly over there when it comes to public transport.
Yeah.
But
You basically can't go anywhere without a car or a plane.
what's actually funny is too, you know, is that you look at the Pacific Car Company, which was the transportation company in Los Angeles in the 1930s and 40s. General Motors bought all of that up. They pulled up the rails, then they sold the most of the electric cars, and LA had a very good train system at the time.
Yeah,
One of
tram
the
system,
best.
yeah.
You know, and General Motors had this push. They bought all that up and sold it all for scrap. And they were the leading ones that really damaged the rail industry for many
They did.
decades in this country.
Yeah.
Yep.
And rail travel has been neglected for a long, long time. Even here in Europe.
Yep. Yep.
At least
I mean,
40 years.
You figure back in the days, it used to be Santa Fe and
Yeah, some of those
Southern
expresses
Pacific
like
that were running the
California
train.
Zephyr, Daylight,
And then
some of
the
the
depression.
Empire Builder, which still kind of runs, but not the same way.
Yeah.
The City of New Orleans,
City of New
Just to name a
Orleans
few.
and the Crescent.
just to name a few. Why
Yeah.
not get those expresses back in? People want them.
The hardest part about it was after the depression and the declining of passengers on the rail system because
Cars became a
cars
thing.
became more affordable and stuff. Public transit went to the wayside. It wasn't making money anymore. So a lot of these big railroad companies were
Just
making
said-
more money on freight than passenger. So they said bye-bye to the passenger service. Then the government comes in and goes, oh, well, we'll take over passenger service. And that's how Amtrak came about.
Yeah, I know.
Amtrak was started by the government.
Yeah. And to
Yeah,
be
the
fair,
American government had never been good at railroading.
managing
And
anything.
Amtrak's been losing money ever since it's been run.
Yeah, because they have idiots running it.
They can't
Yep.
make a profit to save themselves.
And on top of that, to be fair, they're also at the mercy of the freight railroads too.
Yeah,
In which
they're
they have
building
trackage
shunts
rights
so
over.
their trains can come out. Where we have, by law, the way we run it over here by law, the passenger service has first priority.
Yeah.
There's one train here that has the highest priority, and that's the Boeing Super Train. That has
The-
priority over everything.
The what train?
Boeing Super Train. The one that hauls
Ah.
like the Boeing fuselage plane parts.
Oh, yeah, those things. Seen a
That
few of them.
train has the right over passenger and freight. They come first. Unless it's a train the president's in. Then that comes
And
first.
America's president doesn't use train.
No.
No, he
anymore.
uses plane. So there you go.
I mean, he
But-
can't even wipe his ass, but anyways.
Anyways,
Just
yeah.
kidding. No, but anyways.
I'm
Yeah,
just
'cause he-
happy Donald Trump
he's-
didn't get to visit Denmark anyway, so we actually celebrated.
Yep.
Even
So
Oh,
anyway, apart
our
from the
queens get off, thank
politics aside, boys.
Yeah.
So
Anyway, I mean,
No
we
more
were
politics.
prepared. We even had made a big giant balloon of Donald Trump sitting on a toilet taking a shit. We were
Yeah.
prepared. Well, that's just the Danish humor for you. But anyway,
Yeah, our public train service has been crap
but
for a
also the
while.
rolling stock you have is so outdated
Well, I mean,
Yeah.
when it comes to
Metrolink's
servers.
Metrolink's a lot better than Amtrak.
Yeah, because
But
it's a newer
Metrolink's-
company, so
Metrolink's more of a commuter. I mean,
Yeah, it's
Metrolink's
commuter.
Part of Amtrak. It's part of Amtrak. Same company. It just one's a passenger train, one's a commuter train for workers. Two different things.
It's kind of in the same league with BART, the Bay Area Rapid Transit System.
Yeah.
also one thing I really go why is the Amtrak high-speed train that goes on the northern corridor.
Yeah, because it'll only go like so fast for a short part, and it's going to slow down again.
Why the
Yeah.
fuck would you put a high-speed train on an old line?
'Cause
And
they're
apparently, it's supposed to go about 200 miles an hour, and they can't even do like 150.
dumb. Yeah.
Yeah, before they have to slow down again.
Hmm.
That kind of defeats the purpose on a high-speed rail link.
That's like buying a NASCAR.
So you're using a line that's 150 years old. It's not built for that kind of service. If you have to do a high-speed line, you have to build the line separately.
Yep. It's like buying
Yeah.
a NASCAR and driving it to a residential neighborhood.
'Cause I-
Yeah,
Believe they're running it on old Penzi tracks, right? I mean,
They
they're
do.
running it on the right of way anyway.
Yeah.
they do. I really, why?
Yeah.
If you want to invest in high speed, invest all the way, just not in the train. You need
The
the
city-
infrastructure as well.
Just goes to show you what our corporate thinks.
And then here comes the kicker. The freight companies, like CSX, they also want to use the high-speed line for their freight trains,
Yeah.
which only can go up to a top speed of 85 miles an hour.
And that's if you're not
but
running
you're
on Class 8
on a
track.
high-speed line. You're not allowed on a high-speed line because you're too slow.
Yep. And plus, do all
And-
that waste damaging that rail for the high-speed trains.
And on top of that, CSX, well, companies like UP and CSX, they want to, well, UP would if they were on that side of the country, but, yeah, because their sheer incompetence of Class 1 railroads, you know, thanks to Hunter Harrison spreading his disease everywhere, called precision schedule railroading, which is a fucking mess and a half.
You
yeah.
can't do
Absolutely.
precision
We-
scheduling with freight trains. You can't
I mean,
do that.
Here's the thing what they're doing, and you got to understand what they're doing with this system and why it is messed up. They eliminated trains. They're combining the trains with the trains that they have eliminated into other trains, and now you have these 14,000-foot monsters. And in many places, you don't have double main track. You do have like these short sidings that they're like that 8,000, 10,000 feet
Oh,
at the
that,
most,
yeah.
and it's like. Oh, and they go,
You know why
oh,
they do
well,
that?
we don't have any room to run anything on our railroad. It's like, it's because you guys are doing that. Yeah, hello.
Yeah, you know why
know?
they're doing it? It's to force Amtrak off their lines.
It's not just that, but it's literally to kiss ass to their Wall Street investors, too. Sorry, that's
Also
to me.
that.
That's me getting on a tangent there, but
But Union
Oh, yeah.
Pacific, they don't like that Amtrak is using their track. So in one way of
no.
pushing Amtrak out of their operation area is to make their trains so long that they're too long for the siding, so the Amtrak has to wait and get delayed.
I had a buddy of mine that worked for the Union Pacific as an engineer, right? They had him sitting on. He was on a 14,000-foot train himself, right? And they had him sitting at a little place in Idaho called Reverse, which is on double main track. and they had him sidelined. He was supposed to go into Nampa, Idaho, which is westbound because he was based out of Pocatello, Idaho. And so he was westbound. So the only other train that they had him scheduled to meet there at Reverse was another 14er. 14,000 footer.
God.
And guess where he was? He was in a place called Ontario, Oregon, which is about 150 miles to the west.
Yeah, I
And
know
they had him
Ontario,
sit there for
Oregon.
6 hours. It's like, okay. Yeah, that makes total sense. They can't, I mean, and in between is Nampa. They couldn't run him into that. Makes sense.
Wow.
Yeah, makes sense. And they have several
That is-
sightings between Reverse and Nampa, but none of those sightings can fit a 14,000 foot monster. None of them.
It's like that
So-
whole high speed
That
rail
is
thing.
just
Oh, yeah.
that is just corporate stupidity and greed.
You're going to be able to go high
Yeah.
speed from Vegas to Los Angeles. No, it's Vegas to Rancho Cucamonga. Then you either have to get on a bus or a Metro train to get to LA. But
Yeah.
high speed's not going from Vegas to LA. Just
Yeah.
Vegas to Rancho Cucamonga.
I used to co-host a show on YouTube that I took down, no longer do, many years ago. It's called Train Talks Podcast. Can't really find the episodes anymore, but we had talked about this many times during those live streams. You know, about precision schedule railroading. I call it PBS, PSBS, precision schedule bullshit.
Yeah,
That's what it is, you know?
and the
I
thing
mean,
is,
you could probably do it with the passenger train a little bit more than the freight train.
that's the thing. With the passenger trains, you can basically schedule it minute for minute. With a freight train, you really can't because the freight is never going to be the same that you're carrying.
Yep.
So the
You
freight
don't
train,
know what other
what we
trains are
do
gonna
here
be
in
done.
Europe, what we do here in Europe is there is some holes in the passenger schedules where the lines are free. In those holes, we put the freight trains,
Yeah.
and mainly we run the freight trains during the night where there's not that much passenger service going on. But we do have freight trains during the day, and we get them in the holes where we can.
Yeah.
Right?
That's where we have passenger goes first because that is a planned schedule and it's living cargo.
Yep.
So that has to go first. We don't
Right.
transport cattle on railroad anymore over here.
Yeah.
Haven't done for years. So you found out actually transporting them by truck gives the animals less stress than going on a big train.
Yeah.
So
Makes sense.
and the less stressed the animal is, the better the meat is.
I don't even think they do it on trains here anymore either.
No, you don't do that anymore over there either.
Yeah, because they do it by trucks because they easily.
But it's easier by truck and
Yeah.
it's less stress for the animals.
Yeah. I mean,
So
we
that's-
used to
that's
call
why
them
they don't do
livestock
that.
trains here.
Yeah, that's why they don't do the livestock anymore. But that's all the other kind of goods like chemicals, stock goods, steel, cars, you name it. Those are just things.
I mean, hell,
we
out
can
here
put-
they haul like military shit on black cars.
Yeah, we do that here too. We've kind of been forced to do that again since Putin made his number with Ukraine. So we have seen increase in military trains as well.
Yeah.
I mean, I have seen a whole train load, which is rare over here, with a bunch of Abram tanks on them.
Wow.
We don't see Abram tanks because they're American tanks. We have Leopards.
Yeah.
Leopards.
So,
Good tanks, too.
oh yeah.
Right.
But again, if it's not a military train that takes priority over other freight trains, just a normal container train, for an example, if there's delays with the passenger service, your freight train is the one that gets shunted
Yep.
because your freight can afford to be delayed. The
Yeah.
passengers can't.
Yep.
And that's a thing I think the American railroads really need to learn.
Yeah.
Just to give you an update,
this is
Nodos,
in-
I'm sorry,
go
sorry,
ahead.
dude, I'm just gonna cut you off here for a sec. Just give you an update, Nodos. I'm passing westbound through the city of Industry.
Nice. I know where you're
Yeah.
exactly at.
Yep. Anyway,
I
you
used
may
to work-
continue,
I
Steamy.
used to work for Airborne Express out of CB Industry before they got bought out by DHL.
Nice.
I know the exact line you're on.
And I think one of the reasons why we have this priority is it's been made by law.
Yeah.
And I think America really needs to do that and really overhaul the whole railway.
They need to sit down and figure this shit out better. I'll tell you that.
I mean, you don't need to make new companies.
No.
You just need to make specific rules that the company has to follow. Otherwise,
Yeah.
it's gonna hurt them.
I mean, there's a reason why we deregulated the railroads back in the 1980s with the repeal of the Staggers Act. So, you know,
Yep.
Yeah.
because the
Very true.
regulations we had, and of course we're talking about a different set of things, by the way, not rules, but like just dumbass regulations that shouldn't have existed in the first place. But yeah, the Staggers Act repealed what railroads could do, because it used to be that railroads could set certain prices back then.
Yep.
You know, between 1913 and 1982, I think it was.
Yep.
But as far as like the rules that all railroads have to follow, that would be a great thing. I mean, the only real organization we have is the FRA, the Federal Railroad Administration, that does provide the rules. But problem is, there's no like concrete laws in a lot of ways, especially on the federal level.
Yeah.
And the Federal Railroad Administration is obviously a federal agency because the word federal is in their name. So, you know.
Yeah. Yeah, the main railroad over here in Denmark is state-owned
Yeah.
or government-owned, but it's not as much anymore. Yeah, it still gets money from the government. And
The railroads here are all private companies, private entities.
And even though we have private companies over here for railroading, they still have to follow the same rules as a state railroad has to.
Yeah.
And I think that is where the American government has gone astray. For America to improve their railway network, yeah, the lines has to be upgraded. It has to be updated. There has to be built new lines for passenger services, especially for high speed. And
Yep.
the priority of freight needs to be downsized. Yeah, you're still gonna make the same amount of money, but it's gonna cost a little bit more because you have to split the trains up more. But in that way,
I mean-
you might be able to move even more freight than you already are.
And so
it
with
could be a plus.
Yep, and with PSBS being a more recent thing, thanks Hunter Harrison, by the way. It used to be that we used to run more numerous smaller trains, and you know our infrastructure worked with that just fine. But then Hunter Harrison came around and became executive officer of a couple of railroads, and he started his thing with the Canadian Pacific, and it just went from there. Canadian Pacific was the first railroad company to have actually implemented this idea, and the other Class 1 railroads followed the joke line and said, well, we'll do it too.
Yeah.
Union Pacific, BNSF,
And it's just
Kansas-
the wrong way of doing it.
Kansas City Southern before they merged in with the CP, by the way. And
I mean, hell.
go ahead.
I would love to see now what they have done with the big boy, which I highly approve.
yeah,
But they have managed to put the safety system in the big boy.
yeah, they still have to.
on your
What's cool
your
is
dash
that
right there.
the big boy
Yeah.
in the back of the tender, it's actually got it set up now to where there's an extra dynamo that's controlling the air brakes through the rolling stock, that it doesn't even need a diesel engine helper anymore.
Exactly.
And it's amazing how they were able to do that. Like, that was a smart dude that did that calculating and got that stuff figured out. That's all I can say.
And I think right there, Europe needs to take a look at what UP have done, because we have a lot of heritage trains. But with the new system ETRMS, which is bullshit by the way, you put the signaling inside the cab. But here's the thing.
Yeah.
That system is made for high-speed lines because you go at such a high speed you won't be able to see and read the signal in time. Therefore, you have it in the cab.
Yep.
The European Union doesn't know how to operate railroads.
Yeah.
They are testing it here in Denmark. Yeah, they're using us as guinea pigs again. And to see if you can use it on regional lines, which has proven that you cannot. Because this system doesn't know the difference between a double track line, or a single track line. I have a friend that's a driver, and he drives on the line where they test it. They have had situations where they have been standing face to face with each other with 20 meters apart, and the system didn't know what to do. They couldn't reverse, they couldn't do anything. They were just sitting there looking at each other in the middle of nowhere.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, like here in Run 8, I don't know if you guys are still
did what it was supposed to do by preventing a collision. But it
Here in
couldn't figure
America,
out that,
go ahead.
yeah, these were on the same line.
Here in America, we have some similar called PTC, Positive Train Control, that is supposed to do that. It seems to be a decent system, but you know,
We have
nobody
something called automatic train control,
Yeah.
and it works just fine. It even tells you if the signal is green 4 kilometers ahead.
That's kind of awesome, actually, when you think of it.
Because the way it shows it, it's a stripe of lights where you have the distances. And as long as that is green, the signal is green. But if it starts to turn off, then you have a red. And you can see how much distance you have to the red. So you can brake in time without using the emergency brake, which is nice.
Makes sense.
And it's also coupled to the deadman switch. So if you don't acknowledge the deadman switch, but first it turns on the light, but that, hey, you need to touch the button.
Yeah.
Or the pedal or whatever. We have both.
The button.
And
Button.
after a certain amount of seconds, it will give you a tone saying, hey, press the fucking button. And
Yeah.
if you don't do that after another amount of seconds, emergency brake.
Yep. This is the way our alerters run on our trains here. Like when you see that thing pop up on Light Will Stream, it says alert.
Yep. And so here, at least here on Run 8, they have it emulated pretty good. So if you don't hit this button over here, I know this stream is delayed for you guys some, but if you don't hit that button over there every now and then,
reset.
it will, you know, put your train into emergency and put your throttle into neutral.
Yeah, it'll act like the train's.
But that's the thing, you have to turn
those
on
things
that
happen.
alert system for it to work, but you can still run the train without it.
Yeah.
Where in European trains you cannot do that. it would not go or release the air or release the air brakes to be able to move the train if you haven't set up the system from the get-go.
Holy shit, sun's starting to come up already.
Yeah, it's kind of getting daylight out there for me. It's 5:07 a.m.
It's 2 o'clock in the afternoon over here.
Yeah, it's 5 o'clock in the morning for us.
Are you like
Yeah.
in Central European time?
I am +1.
So like
From
CE, I think.
Yeah, I am 1 hour ahead of the UK.
Yeah, I'm like -7 or something.
Mm. So, but yeah, when it comes to American trains, I'm kind of disappointed.
It was funny. Yesterday, I hopped into a subject trains stream. I was watching him playing Railroader, and I heard GWR talking to him in the Discord through chat. I'm like, "Are you talking to GWR?" And he's like, "Yes, no-dos. That's GWR." And you hear GWR going, "Hi, no-dos." I was like, man, that guy gets around.
Yeah, he does. GWR is a good guy, dude.
Oh, yeah, he's awesome. He's a cool dude. We played a lot of railroads on. Yeah.
GWR is a guy that has no hesitation to tell you how much he dislikes that game.
He's done with railroads all right.
Yeah, I can get that.
My God, the
And
dude
I
was
understand.
grilling me on it the other night. It's like, what the hell, man?
I understand.
Yeah, I will say that compared to any of the other train sims, Railroads Online does have an eye candy kind of thing about it in terms of scenery and how it looks. Other than that,
Being able to build your own rail if you like to.
well, I'm basically pulling into Los Angeles at this point. I'm actually surprised I went from Palmdale to LA.
Yeah. It's weird that, well, I mean, the route you're coming to, that's why they sent you through city streets.
Yep.
I put down Cater's Silva track engine mod, so it puts that site out here at the Silva passenger depot to where I can back the train in with some cars and still be able to fit the bridge and go by it. But a ton of passenger cars in the train. So I fixed that problem. Why is your bell going off when you're stopped? Shut the hell up. Why don't you do it?
I was apparently you're talking to yourself.
That's one thing I'm not. That's one thing I'm not
Wait,
using
what?
on the American locomotives. It's a fucking bell. It's annoying me.
I think the bell on the N-Run8 sounds kind of
Oh, that's
sexy,
bad.
so, but you know, it's a good sounding
Threw
bell.
a brake on the last car. No wonder why he
Yeah, I
didn't.
get
Dumbass,
it.
could have told me the
They
brake
have
was
it.
on.
I get it why they have it in the old days, but now?
Well, many cities in this country have this thing called quiet zones where you cannot sound your horn for a railroad crossing, right? So you still have to have a sound warning
have
device.
an e-horn.
They usually use the bell.
E-horns they just ring the bell.
Yeah.
We have e-horns or electrical horns. They go ee.
Yeah, we still do the, quite frankly, the awesome air horn. So, you know, air horns are louder and better. Change my opinion.
Yeah, I agree.
mean, hell, there's truckers out there that put train horns on their signs. And you
I
got
mean,
the rednecks with their big old lifted 4x pickup trucks. They're like,
I
let's put a freight train horn on it.
I would do that.
I have rain happening.
I want to put a train horn on a smart car. That'd be pretty funny.
I think the devs that run 8 actually need to make it to where these buttons are interactable. Instead of having to find some button on your keyboard to turn on the wipers.
Yeah, make it full fidelity.
Yep.
Like, I know that's one of the things that B-Man's working on with the GP38 when we get the finalized product. Is like the inside cab light. You'll be able to look at it, turn it on. The switches for like turning your instrument gauges on, you'll be able to click those and turn them on. Like, there's a lot of interactive features he's able to do with the GP38. It's gonna be awesome. And he actually did a lot of that coding himself, and he had a buddy helping him too.
Must be getting some coupler slack action going on back there.
But I know that GP38 model, he bought it from, I think he bought it from Dovetail.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's the GP model, the GP38 that they used in Train Sim World. So he bought the model from them. I mean, hell, the A12440 that Green Ninja has in, do you know that was ported over from, was it Trains 19 or Train? Yeah, I think it's Trains 19. I don't think it was Trains 22. I think it was Trains 19. But yeah, it was one of those mods. He's able to import it in the Railroader. So.
Yeah, I don't want to give Dovetails any more of my money.
Like, if you can get a hold of some of the guys from like Trains 19 or Trains 72 that are mod creators and stuff, like, they can import those mods over to Railroad. Green Ninja already proved that. So.
I have Train Simulator 2, and which is, they have an awesome route, but I was disappointed in some of the actual speed rules going down Sherman Hill. It's like 55 miles an hour going down 1.5% grade. It's like, no, I'll just cross-reference an actual Union Pacific speed and timetable for that route. Thank you very much. Turns out it isn't. It's like 45.
Yeah.
You know.
I have Train Sim World 2, I have Train Sim World 3, and I have
I've stopped buying the Dovetails products because
people are like, are you going to buy Train Sim World 4? And I'm like, no, it's just an improved version of 3. It's a waste of money. I never should have bought 3.
No,
I never should have bought 2.
It's just a waste.
I never should have bought any of them.
I mean, the things they implemented in the Train Sim World after the first one, they should just have implemented it as an update. But they're
I agree.
They're greedy assholes. So
yeah.
Well, the guy that works for Dovetail
and what I've seen lately is just copy paste, copy paste, copy paste.
Well, this will kind of tell you their way of thinking. The guy that is behind Dovetail used to work for EA Games. That right there tells you.
Yeah, because Train Simulator was EA before.
EA Games was infamous for doing DLC bullshit.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And since he used to work for EA Games and he came over to Dovetails, he did the same.
Yeah, makes sense.
And that's why I give Railroader points, because they're not doing DLC bullshit.
Yeah.
They were like, when we do map extensions, which I even sent Adam a Discord message, hit him up outside of the Discord message, and said, hey, sorry to bother you. I figured I'd plug this little idea out there. I'm like, if you guys do map extensions later on down the road, or I see, or like if you guys do like a locomotive pack, it's like 4 or 5 locomotives.
There
I'm
it
like,
is,
if you
Los
guys
Angeles
charge,
skyline,
like,
boys.
if you guys charge like $5 for it, I'm sure people wouldn't have an issue with it. I'm like, at least don't do what like
Don't
Dovetail.
overprice it like Dovetail has done. I mean,
Yeah, but it's like Adam said. He goes, "Well, we decided we're not going to do deals and shit. We're not going to charge people."
oh, that's good to hear.
Yeah, it's just he doesn't want to charge. But it's like I told him. I said, even if you charge the minimal amount, I'm sure people would be, because it'd be a way for them.
If it's
to
$5,
create
if it's $5, let's just take that. I would pay it, even though I don't really have money, but I would pay it because I like the game.
$5 ain't much.
And I know,
if a
and I
lot
know
of
with the
people bought
quality
it-
that we see in this game, it's good.
Yeah. And if a lot of people bought
The,
it,
the thing
that would put
I
more
don't
revenue in.
like about Dovetail is it's starting just to be copy paste,
Yeah.
just like fucking Battlefield became.
Yeah.
And it's getting
Just
worse
like
and
COD,
worse
every
and
new game that
worse.
came out was the same as the last one, just a different map, but everything was the same.
Yeah,
I mean, I was
and that's why we don't
disappointed
see
with Farm
anything
Sim
else
22.
other than the typical American and the typical British and the typical German routes
Yep.
in
Yeah.
Train Sim.
Like,
Because
I
it's
was
copy paste,
more-
copy paste, copy paste.
I was more happier with Farming Simulator 19. I wasn't that impressed with 22.
Yeah.
Like, I think they overhyped 22.
They
Like,
did.
it seemed like it was going to be a lot better than what it was when it came out. I'm like, really? You guys overhyped? Really?
That game,
So
you
it
know.
looks like maybe on the 25th of this month, we might maybe get an announcement for FS25 because it is known to exist because it showed up in Epic's test site for their online store, and it mentioned Farming Simulator 25 in there. So the game does exist. It is being made. So the speculation is it's going to be with info on it's going to be released 25th of this month because next month is FarmCon. So we'll see.
I'm not too sure.
People
if
are
I'm
like,
gonna
are
buy
you
it.
gonna? People are like, are you gonna buy it? I go, depends on what they're doing to it. If it's
I
barely a step
agree.
up from 22, I'm not buying it.
Yeah.
I'll just keep playing 19. I'm happy with it.
No, I have
got
no
it.
idea where the hell it is I'm going here, but I'm going somewhere. So, anyway,
At least you're going somewhere.
right?
That truck better be holding there.
I've actually had vehicles actually drive right across the crossing, and I've hit them.
Nice.
One of the
Just
guys I
goes-
used to play with, and I'm going to get back to playing with soon. I actually reported that to him because I was pulling in for a stop in Bakersfield, California, and was his maintenance away guy, and he just drove right across, and I hit him. And guy I was playing with, he's like, "Well, you know, there's a job opening up now, so you want it?" I'm like, "No, I'll sit here in the cab, thank you." I like it here. It's comfy here.
We have cookies.
I don't want to be
Yeah.
out there doing manual labor. You crazy?
Yeah, don't need that. Manual labor. What are
No,
they
Brian,
paying us for?
The trains look good in Run 8. I mean, a lot of people are like, oh, the buildings look like crap. It's like, well, that wasn't their focal point.
They were just
Their
trying to get the
focal
thing
point-
to work.
Their focal point were the locomotives and the business based on. Like, they didn't give a crap about what the buildings looked like or what the trees looked like.
Yeah, this is all
You know,
just
and that's-
background stuff here.
That's why I think once they get up to version 4, you're going to see a major visual improvement with this game, with like the scenery and the backgrounds and stuff. Because it's like you can tell it's getting better and better. Because I mean, version 3 is a step up from version 2. And I'm sure version 4 is probably going to be phenomenal when it's released. It's definitely going to be a step up. Oh shit, I'm starting to yawn.
Tell you what, if you're the engineer, man, or the train driver, as they say in many places in Europe, this is the view you definitely want. An outside looking in view.
Well, I'll tell you already. Now you have a fucking long neck.
I mean, what kind of god powers does John Railroads in the Third have? And I have a green light. That's cool.
Those drive wheels are so freaking small.
Right? I mean, they're 43 inch, you know.
But I mean, that's with the traction motors and stuff they were able to run smaller wheels. I know that they didn't have to have big drivers like the steam trains back in the day.
Now, where I'm going is like off right here, somewhere on the map. Hold on. Let's go here.
Because everything was being like controlled by computer and sensors and stuff, so they didn't have to have big driver wheels. Pretty amazing. Oh.
I'm gonna see what throttle notch I am actually in.
10. Oh wait, no, it only goes up.
The thing I like about this rail driver device is that it actually shows my speedometer on this LCD readout.
Oh, the rail driver?
Yep.
I need to get me one of those.
This will make your life a lot easier if you ever play Run 8.
Yeah.
Just to make sure that somebody knows about trains, just tell them you're not 10 and see what they say.
Like what? Nuts 10?
What's that?
The fuck?
Exactly. right.
We only
there,
have 8.
You're not 10. They'll be like, "Oh, cool. That means they don't know about trains."
Needless to say, I am I'm rolling my banana locomotives into Los Angeles here.
Banana.
Banana the Fanta.
Banana.
Nana.
Reminds me of the Minions.
Na. So I did explore this. So, you know, there is a yard up here, but I don't know where the game wants me to park.
You'll figure it out.
I'll figure it out. You know, I'll pick a track and say, sit there.
I don't think you really get to the track you have to park it in. You just have to park it in the yard. If it's going like to like one of the yards. Because I know usually the main freight goes in the yard, then it gets broken up in there. And then goes to
yeah, and these containers, they go into an intermodal facility usually. And God knows, you know, there's like a good dozen of them around Los Angeles, you know, because it's a port city on top of that. And a major rail hub network.
Shit, BNSF and Union Pacific run a shitload through there.
Yep.
The track that used to go by my house.
They only have 2 hoppers that's specifically for containers in LA.
Yeah, they got LA and they have Long Beach, I think.
Long Beach.
Yeah.
Yep.
And I think Union Pacific has access to Long Beach Harbor, and BNSF has the LA.
I think there's some container ones out of San Diego though too. I know they got a port down around there.
All right, I'm gonna get my ass back in the cab.
And then San Francisco also.
Yeah, San Fran. I think most of those trains go to like San Jose, right?
God, I used
where
to
they
go street race. I used to go street racing on Terminal Island, which is right down by the Port of Long Beach, where the first Fast and Furious was filmed, when Paul Walker races Vin Diesel at the end.
Yeah, isn't that down there?
Yeah, I used to race on that street. I raced my Focus ST. Used to street race people. Because it's all industry. You can go there late at night and get away with shit because not really a whole lot of trucks are running at night. They're usually running during the day. And then we would go hit Terminal Island on Christmas Day because not a whole lot was going on. And then the cops would just sit there and watch us. And then if they got a complaint, they would come in and break us up. But if they didn't get a complaint, they'd just sit there and watch us race the whole time and then watch us leave.
I mean, they probably enjoyed the racing.
Well, we weren't hurting nobody, so...
Yeah, and they got entertainment out of it.
Nobody was defacing property or nothing, so they were just kicking back, watching, making sure we were
enjoying the
being
cars.
cool.
And...
Yeah.
Yeah.
But then if somebody
then everybody's happy. Then everybody's happy. So why complain?
Yeah, but sometimes you get one of the guys working at one of the areas down there, and they'll call and complain, and they come in and they'll be like, all right, guys, got to break it up. Sorry.
Yeah.
And then we'd leave.
Yeah, no trouble at all.
Yeah. But like, we wouldn't even hassle the cops. We'd walk up to them. We're like, okay,
there's no reason to hassle
Yeah.
them. I mean, that's just how it is. I mean,
they're being chill with us, so we're always chill with them.
yeah.
And that's
No
some of the
reason to
guys
be
that start
hostile.
goofing off. We'd look over at the guys who were like, hey, shut up, be cool. They're being cool to us. Show
Yeah.
some respect. And the officers would be like, oh, thank you. It's like, no, we're not going to let them step out of line with you. That's bullshit.
Yeah, because then, if they did, you would not be allowed to come back.
Exactly. Got to watch the P's and Q's.
Yeah.
Respect goes a long way.
Don't bite the hand that feeds.
Exactly.
Isn't that what they say?
I'll tell you what, I've done, when I had my 66 Malibu back when I was a late teenager into my early 20s, I did a lot of street racing, and I was lucky enough not to get arrested or get my car impounded because of showing respect.
Yep.
Respect goes a long way.
Yeah, and it has to go both ways.
Yep. They were being polite when they were talking to me, and I was being polite back, and we had a nice conversation, and it usually ended up with a slap on the hand, don't let me see you doing this again, and I was able to go home.
Sometimes those cops are car nerds themselves. I mean, they're like, gonna give me one of those.
Right?
You need a cop that's just having a bad day and wants to take it out on everybody.
I mean, I've seen a video of where it's a street race across America, like a rally race.
It's probably the Gumball Rally.
Yeah, where the supercars are. So they actually invited a cop that pulled them over at a gas station to get a ride in one of the Lamborghinis. He could barely get in with all the gear he had on.
Oh, it's funny.
And when he had to get out there, he was like, I don't want to get out, but I also don't think I can't get out. Just looking at it.
It was funny. When I did a bunch of the mods I did to my Focus ST, I took my neighbor that was like a couple houses down across the street from me. He was an LA County sheriff. And
wow.
He was traffic, so he rode a motorcycle. I got done and stuff, and he goes, dude, I want to ride your car. I'm like, all right. So we took it out, and I rip it. And we were coming down one of the main streets, and I was doing about 100. And it was like late at night. Hardly anybody's on the road. Come flying up this light, I stop. And then I look over, because we're like in the left lane. I look over to the right lane, and a freaking sheriff's car pulls up right next to us. And I'm like, fuck, he probably clocked us. And he looks over, and he rolls the window down to recognize who the officer was. So he rolls down the window. He's like, hey, what's up? And he's like, what are you guys doing? He goes, oh, my neighbor was just doing some stuff to his car. We're testing it out. He's like, all right, you guys be safe. It was kind of like my get out of jail free card since I had him with me.
Nice.
But I told him, I said, dude, if I didn't have you with me, I probably would have been arrested right then and there. He's like, you're welcome. I was just like, oh my God. That was funny.
Yeah.
Sometimes I'd roll up next to him when he's on his bike, and I'd be on my car, and I'd start throwing him revs, and he'll look over at me and just start laughing and shaking his head. And people are at the light.
He'd just be like, oh, that motherfucker again.
Yeah. I used to joke around with him and have fun. He's in Texas now. He moved with his wife and his kids. He was done with California. He did.
That's
Too expensive to live there, man. Orange County, you can't buy a house under $1 million. Houses in the neighborhood where my mom was at, $700,000, $800,000 for like a 3-bedroom, 2-bath house. Just nuts. And then the cost of living's high, the taxes are high, the property taxes are high.
That's crazy, dude.
Yeah. Like,
No doubt about that.
You'd have a married couple that had a house. The husband will work 2 jobs. The wife would work 1 job. I mean, it's just, you had to work yourself to death just to live there.
Yeah.
I was like, yeah, no thanks. Not for me.
And I'm glad that people are starting to get called out about it, because it's definitely not healthy to work like that.
So the one thing that scared me is Gavin Newsom's talking about running for president in 2028. I'm like, I just moved out of California to get away from him. Really? He wants to run for president now? Oh
Yeah.
my
Move
God.
to Europe.
Oh. Oh. Well, what are you gonna do?
I broke a good half dozen couplers, but I think that's gonna be it for this train. You know, pretty much at the end of the line here.
Duct tape and
It's
zip ties fixed everything.
fine.
How many
Well,
couplers
you
did
know-
you break?
You know what works better than flex tape and zip ties?
Duct tape.
Flex tape. Just flex tape those couplers together. That'll work. Flex tape fixes
should
everything.
be a thing for me to delete the train, but
I can just see that on one of those promos. Your wife won't shut up? Just use flex tape. Oh, my
wondering.
God.
I'm surprised to hear in the options they don't actually have anything. I'm gonna relinquish it. Yeah, because I'm pretty much
One thing I'm hoping in Railroader that they do is if they can give us the option to shut diesel engines off so you don't hear them running all the time.
Yeah.
We
that
so
would be
need
nice.
that. That would be cool. Or just have them where it sits for a little while, it shuts down automatically.
Yeah, just like the steam engines do.
Yeah, and then if you go to when you go to start to move it up again or something, you'll hear it like start up. Because I know B-Man was doing that with the GP38, where when it
Yeah.
would stop, it would shut down. And then when you get ready to move it again, when you would move the throttle, you would hear like the engine start up, and it would take a little bit for the engine to move because it would like go into like a startup sequence and then start moving. So it'd be kind of cool to see them do that, or just have like a toggle to where you can shut it down and start it up. That'd be kind of cool.
So I'll
Because
show you Nodos here on the stream
Uh-huh.
where they actually built only like a portion of the Alameda corridor.
Oh yeah. Because the trains just spawn in a certain part.
Yeah.
It's like in that kind of
Um,
half funnel thing. I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yep.
I
Oh,
was
Down in-
watching Kung Fu Beer playing it, and that's when he started from Alameda. He went in through Santa Fe Springs into La Mirada into Fullerton, Anaheim, and then he was making his way to Cajon Pass to go all the way to Barstow.
There's LA Union right there.
Yeah.
So you can actually pull into this station. It is actually
Nice.
a serviceable stop.
That's cool.
So the corridor down here, all you have to do is just follow the LA River.
sorry to interrupt, but
Go ahead.
Flinny just asked me how to install the GP38, and I
You
told her
have to
to.
do Unity Mod Manager.
Yeah, I told her to join in on the stream here to listen. So if she's in here, please type in chat.
Well, I'm actually about to end it because I'm ending the session, but it's not it.
So just keeping an eye on the chat. There she is. Ree having food.
Yeah, she's in there. And welcome to the stream, Flinny. Sorry. Trying to find it. What the?
So yeah, how to install the GP38 for Railroader. How do we do?
They're a Unity Mod Manager.
Aha.
Have you messed with Unity Mod Manager at all?
I am terrible at such things, so better explain it to her than to me. She's probably gonna help me after this.
Best thing with Unity Mod Manager, it's kind of like when you set up Railroader. You're going to look up the download for Unity Mod Manager. You're going to install it. And click on it to install. And you're going to basically add it to Railroader. And then you're going to make sure that that file's in with your Railroader stuff. And then once it's in there, you just click under the folder that says Unity Mod Manager. And then there's going to be... Here, I'll look it up right now. Well, here, you know what? Better yet, I can just show you all my... I'll share my screen and show you through here. It'll be a little easier.
You put
You'll
it
probably
on the stream as well, maybe?
Yeah. So she'll have to actually come in here because I'm gonna turn off the stream here shortly. But just wanted to show Nodos real quick.
Let me just get the Discord on this.
Just type in exclamation Discord. It'll give you a link to the Discord.
Oh, I can.
And then you'll just need to verify yourself, and you'll be allowed to come in here.
That is. Stream. That's a day 10.
So when you go into... This is basically like all your stuff for Railroader.
Okay, so Nodos, here we go. Showing you while I can.
Once you install Unity Mod Manager, it's going to show up in here. Like you got Railroader, you got Unity. So when you click on Unity, you're going to go down to where you see the Unity Mod Manager.exe. When you double click that, it's going to pull this thing up. So it says Game Railroader, File Railroader. You're going to click on Mods. These are all the mods you have going. So when you want to install the GP38, all you got to do is just go back. Like if I minimize this down, this is still going to be here. You can go into like your downloads and say the GP38's here. You just drag it over and then you drop it in.
Hey, Nodos, I found a cow stuck here on the ground at the end of the Alameda corridor.
Does he have legs?
Yep.
Because you know what you call a cow with no legs, right?
He has legs.
Well, if it had no legs, it'd be no beef.
I swear this was an Easter egg that they put there because he's looking down the tunnel.
It might be. You never know.
It's funny.
They're known for doing stuff like that.
So yeah, they don't have the whole corridor modeled in here, but they'll probably get the line completed at some point.
But basically,
anyway,
when you get the Unity Mod Manager thing itself.
Okay. Anyway,
I'll
go ahead and end the stream, guys.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you
I'll be right
for
back.
letting me in.
Yeah, no problem, dude. And I'll be back in a minute or two.
No worries. So basically, when you click on it to install it, you just got to.
Thank you to everybody that tuned in. I greatly appreciate it. You guys are awesome. So I'm going to cut it there. Thank you all for checking us out. Thank you to Mr. Notos and to Steamy Horsepower for joining me and keeping me company during this stream. So we completed a run from Palmdale, California, all the way into Los Angeles, and I just yeeted my train out of existence. So thank you, everybody. Have a wonderful, wonderful morning, as it is almost 5:45 a.m. Pacific time, my time. Yes, I'm out on the west coast of the United States, in Washington State specifically. All right, everybody, have a good one. Be safe out there. Ta-ta for now. Oh, and Flinny, if you are still in the chat, sorry, feel free to join my Discord as well. The link is right there in the chat.
I see foul.